Chapter 1720. Just as Yang Kai had integrated his territory space force into Shi, Su Yan had also integrated her ice and snow domain into her Shi. Obviously, she had already grasped the mysteries of ice and snow, and had comprehended the mysteries of Shi in her territory. Observing quietly for a while, Yang Kai found that Su Yan had no intention of stopping, so she should have reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. Yang Kai didn't disturb her, and instead sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hand, and began drawing spirit lines in front of him. The spirit lines condensed from Saint Qi were arranged according to a certain pattern, gradually forming a complex spirit array. After observing for a while, Yang Kai showed a dissatisfied look on his face, stretched out his hand, brushed away the spirit array, and began drawing another one in the void. This spirit array was something he had just learned from Yang Yan. It was the foundation for constructing a space array. With this spirit array, coupled with some special materials, one could set up a space array for teleportation. Yang Kai had never dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays before. However, he had an advantage that others didn't have. That was, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so studying a single space array wasn't a big problem. What's more, he had Yang Yan's careful guidance. Time passed slowly, and Kai Yang became more and more immersed in his work. Yang Kai didn't know how many spirit arrays he had drawn, but it wasn't until a certain moment that he showed a satisfied look and poured his space force into the spirit array. With a soft buzzing sound, the formation lit up with an astonishing light, and the entire formation began to rotate at a strange speed. Traces of obvious space force fluctuations came from the spirit array. Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough, after mastering the Tao of space, studying this kind of spirit array would yield twice the result with half the effort. If it were some other spirit array, even if Yang Kai studied it systematically, he wouldn't necessarily be able to complete it in a short time. After mastering this foundation, all that was left was to use materials to build the framework of the spirit array, then integrate this foundation with the framework and add two more. Connecting the two space arrays would allow for long-distance teleportation. Yang Kai exhaled softly. Is this a space array? Su Yan's voice suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang raised his head, and found that at some point she had finished her cultivation, and was now standing quietly beside him. She stared at the spinning formation in front of her and asked softly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and pulled Su Yan into his arms, asking softly, how's your cultivation going? Fortunately, I'll be able to cultivate my Shi to the great success realm soon. Su Yan leaned against Yang Kai, a satisfied look on her face as she exhaled. This is all thanks to the territory stones you gave me, junior brother. Without those things, I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. We have a lot of territory stones. You don't have to be thrifty. Yang Kai smiled. His body and mind were extremely relaxed. And, is there something you need from me this time? No, it's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, so I came to see you. Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan nodded gently, looking up at the clouds in the sky. Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she snuggled into Yang Kai's arms, shifting into a more comfortable position. Yang Kai hugged her and didn't say anything else, simply looking up at the sky with Su Yan. Under the giant silver tree, snow was falling. Everything was quiet, and the scene at this moment was like a poem or a painting. In the distance, Qingye seemed to have come to see Su Yan, but before she could get close, she saw this warm scene. After smiling, she quietly turned around and left. Half a month later, on the limitless ocean, Sea Temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Black Reef Island was one of the largest islands on the limitless ocean. Its area was large enough to rank among the top 3. And the rarest thing was that Black Reef Island's world energy was extremely rich, which was why Sea Temple had set up its headquarters here. As the headquarters, it was naturally heavily guarded. From time to time, there would be cultivators shuttling back and forth in the air, patrolling the surroundings. At the edge of the island, there were also disciples of Sea Temple guarding the perimeter, preventing unauthorized personnel from entering. Yang Kai flew over leisurely and landed on Black Reef Island. Immediately, a group of Sea Temple disciples surrounded him, the leader of this group glaring at Yang Kai with an unfriendly look as he shouted, Who are you? State your name. Arriving in someone else's territory, Yang Kai didn't want to be too ostentatious, cupping his fists slightly and saying, High Heaven Sect Master, Yang Kai, has come to pay a visit to Old Man Sha to fulfill the agreement he made with Old Man Sha. Please inform him of my arrival. High Heaven Sect Master? Come to see Martial Ancestor Sha? The group of cultivators suddenly went into an uproar, the leader of this group looking Yang Kai up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was lying, even releasing his divine sense to scan Yang Kai. But after a quick scan, he was unable to detect Yang Kai's depths, and immediately understood that Yang Kai's strength was not something he could probe. His expression becoming much more solemn, he pondered for a moment before saying, Since you know that Martial Ancestor Sha has returned, it seems you are indeed acquainted with him. But Martial Ancestor Sha has only returned to Sea Temple for a short time, and is currently quite busy. Whether or not he can see you, I will have to ask him first. It's fine, I'll wait here, Yang Kai said kindly. The leader of the cultivators nodded lightly, and instructed the other cultivators in the group to entertain Yang Kai before taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact in the leader's hand pulsed with spiritual energy, and the leader hurriedly checked it. After a short while, he looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, You wait here for a while, someone will come to see you. Yang Kai frowned but nodded calmly. Good. He subconsciously felt that this trip might not go smoothly, and the person who would come to see him might not be Shahu. After all, with his friendship with Shahu, if Shahu knew about this, how could he have made him wait here? Shahu had likely already ordered someone to greet him warmly. There seemed to be some turbulence inside Sea Temple. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully, but this matter had nothing to do with him. He had only come here to fulfill the agreement he made with Shahu, allowing the inland and deep sea supplies to be exchanged. This would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven Sect. Things turned out as Yang Kai had guessed. After standing in place and waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, he noticed a group of Origin returning realm masters flying over quickly, but he could not sense Shahu among them. A moment later, this group of people entered Yang Kai's sight. The leader of this group was a powerful third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, an old man with a dark red face. Landing lightly a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, his pair of turbid eyes sweeping over Yang Kai a few times before casually cupping his fists. Dare I ask if your excellency is High Heaven Sect Master? Yes, it is this Yang. Old sir is. Yang Kai cupped his fists in return. This old man is Sea Temple's third temple master, Qi Yin Hai. The old man said lightly. So it is Temple Master Qi. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he did not have much contact with Sea Temple, he knew that Sea Temple had a total of 3 temple masters, and this Qi Yin Hai was obviously one of them. I heard that Sect Master Yang came here to see my Sea Temple's martial uncle Sha? This Yang had an agreement with Senior Sha. May I ask if Senior Sha is? Martial uncle Sha has been missing for more than 300 years, and has just returned to Sea Temple. He is physically and mentally exhausted, and is currently recuperating. So I'm afraid he won't be able to see Sect Master Yang. Qi Yin Hai's expression was indifferent. Sect Master Yang is a guest from afar. So if you don't mind, why don't you come in and have a seat? Although this old master has lived in the deep sea for a long time, he has long heard of Sect Master Yang and High Heaven Sect's name, but has never had the opportunity to meet you. It is a pity, but Sect Master Yang's visit has allowed this old master to fulfill his wish. His words were warm, but his tone was neither warm nor cold, obviously not sincere in inviting Yang Kai in. Yang Kai glanced over at Qi Yin Hai and said with a smile, That's strange. When I separated from Senior Sha half a month ago, he was still fine. So why is he suddenly so physically and mentally exhausted now? On top of that, I have an agreement with him, and this sect master has come here this time to fulfill that agreement. Dare I ask Temple Master Qi, Senior Sha's refusal to see me was Senior Sha's own decision? Qi Yin Hai's turbid eyes flashed, but he did not answer directly, instead asking in an aggressive tone. What does Sect Master Yang mean by this? Nothing. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. The agreement between me and Senior Shah is not only of great benefit to my High Heaven sect, it is also of great benefit to your Sea Temple. However, this sect master won't keep you company if you refuse such benefits that have been delivered to your mouth. Your sect is not the only great force on the limitless ocean. You dare collude with the Sea Clan? Qi Yunhai thought for a moment before his face changed drastically. What do you mean by collusion? Yang Kai sneered. Junior Admiral, please don't put such an inexplicable label on this sect master's head. Farewell. Yang Kai was filled with annoyance. Last time on Sunrise Island, Pang Jun had sent a message back to Sea Temple's headquarters. Yang Kai had waited for a long time, but Sea Temple had not responded. Yang Kai had not expected that when he came here today, he would be obstructed, and the one who came forward was the third temple master. To a certain extent, he could already represent the overall will of Sea Temple. Since Sea Temple was unwilling to do business with High Heaven sect, Yang Kai had no need to beg them. You colluded with the Sea Clan and still want to leave? Boy, if you don't make things clear, don't even think about leaving Black Reef Island today. A majestic roar suddenly came from not far away, and as soon as this voice fell, a burly middle-aged man appeared beside Qi Yunhai and stared coldly at Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could say anything, a loud roar came from inside Black Reef Island. Impudence! Yang Kai is this old master's guest, who dares be rude to him? Hearing this voice, Yang Kai grinned, and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated greatly. Fortunately, he had not misjudged Sha Hu and had immediately come forward to defend him after noticing his arrival. However, the current situation was a bit complicated, Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business, and simply stood quietly in place, waiting to hear what Sha Hu had to say. From the other side, Sha Hu flew over in an imposing manner and landed beside Yang Kai in a very short time. His face filled with anger as he glared fiercely at Qi Yunhai and the burly middle-aged man. Qi Yunhai seemed to be a little afraid to meet Sha Hu's gaze, but the burly middle-aged man was not afraid and stared back at Sha Hu without flinching. Chapter 1721. Sha Hu's and the burly middle-aged man's eyes collided in the void, sending sparks flying everywhere. Everyone from Sea Temple didn't even dare to breathe as they stood aside in fear. After a long time, Sha Hu sighed, his eyes no longer so aggressive as he turned to the burly middle-aged man and said, Huayan, Yang Kai is this old master's guest, so this old master will entertain him personally. Take your people and withdraw. Hearing how Sha Hu addressed the middle-aged man, Yang Kai immediately understood the other party's identity. Sea Temple's first temple master, Jiang Huayan. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had heard of Jiang Huayan's name before. When he participated in the first auction in Heavenly Fate City, he had personally refined an origin-grade low-rank origin condensing pill, which Jiang Huayan had bought for a large sum of money. At that time, Yang Kai had heard from Wei Guchang that Jiang Huayan had bought this origin condensing pill for his son. However, this was the first time Yang Kai had met him. Yang Kai took a look at this Sea Temple's first temple master, and found that this man's strength had reached the peak of the origin returning realm. His aura even denser than Qian Tong's. He indeed had the qualifications and ability to serve as Sea Temple's first temple master. Moreover, this guy's courage was quite big. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of conflict there was between him and Sha Hu, but in any case, their relationship didn't seem to be very harmonious. Jiang Huayan smiled and said, Martial Uncle Sha is mistaken. Although this sect master Yang is your guest, he wants to collude with the Sea Clan. Please forgive Martial Nephew for not being able to sit idly by. Martial Uncle should also know how deep the grievances between the Sea Clan and my Sea Temple are. Every year, there are many examples of my Sea Temple's disciples dying at the hands of the Sea Clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that those from Sea God Palace are my Sea Temple's mortal enemies. Since Martial Uncle is acquainted with this person, please avoid suspicion for a few days. Martial Nephew will handle this matter, and will give Martial Uncle a satisfactory explanation. Yang Kai raised his brow. He faintly realized that he seemed to be involved in some kind of struggle, and this struggle was obviously between Jiang Huayan and Sha Hu. From the looks of it, every family had their own problems. Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Huayan, do you have to do this? Shahu's face became gloomy, but he showed no intention of backing down. Martial nephew is thinking for the sake of Ocean Palace. Jiang Huayan stood straight, showing no sign of avoidance or guilt. Please forgive me, senior uncle. Shahu stared at Jiang Huayan gloomily as he faintly showed signs of pushing his Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to attack Jiang Huayan. Noticing this, Jiang Huayan not only showed no fear, but instead showed an eager look, as if he could not wait for Shahu to attack. Elder Shah, what's going on here? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Shahu turned to look at him and sighed. I'm ashamed, this old master has been too soft-hearted and has troubled you. Elder Shah, you're being too serious. Yang Kai chuckled. I don't know what's going on. Wait a moment. This old master will resolve this matter, and then talk to you. Shahu said. Good. Yang Kai nodded, assuming a posture of watching from the sidelines as he looked around with a smile. Shahu then turned his eyes to Jiang Huayan and said in a heavy tone, Huayan, you were one of my Ocean Palace's rare geniuses back then. However, you were too narrow-minded. This old master thought that after so many years, with you occupying the position of First Temple Master, you would have changed somewhat. But you have disappointed this old master. No matter how high you climb, no matter how profound your cultivation becomes, Jiang Huayan will always be the same Jiang Huayan from back then. Nothing will change. Being scolded by Shahu in front of so many Ocean Palace masters, Jiang Huayan could not help but feel embarrassed. Jiang Huayan's face obviously showed some embarrassment as he angrily said, Martial nephew's matters need not concern martial uncle. Shahu slowly shook his head. A leopard cannot change its spots. This old master has been missing for 300 years. But after returning to Ocean Palace with the help of Sect Master Yang, I am no longer prepared to participate in the struggle for power. As long as I can bring an opportunity for Ocean Palace to develop, I don't care which of the 3 temple masters sits on it. Do you think this old master wants to compete with you for the position of First Temple Master? What a joke. I'll say something you don't like to hear, but the position of Temple Master of Ocean Palace is nothing in this old master's eyes. The corners of Jiang Huayan's eyes twitched slightly as he stared at Shahu, as if trying to see if he was telling the truth or not. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a look of understanding, finally understanding why he was being treated like this. Obviously, it was because Jiang Huayan thought that Shahu's return was a threat to his position, so he deliberately made things difficult for Yang Kai in order to suppress Shahu. As for colluding with the Sea Clan, that was just a good excuse. Even without this excuse, Ocean Palace would have found other excuses. It could only be said that Yang Kai had stepped into the vortex of a power struggle, and was now being used as a bargaining chip. Shahu obviously had no intention of competing with Jiang Huayan for power. He had lived on Serene Soul Island for 300 years, and had long since become indifferent to fame and fortune. All he wanted to do was pursue a more powerful martial Dao. However, no matter what, Jiang Huayan was still the First Temple Master of Ocean Palace. So even if Shahu was displeased, he could not deal with him and could only endure. This was why Yang Kai said he was too soft-hearted. Jiang Huayan stepping forward to threaten Yang Kai had forced Shahu to come forward, making it impossible for him to endure any longer. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Kai Yang's mind, allowing him to guess the root cause of the current situation in a very short time. This old master will give you one last chance. Apologize to Sect Master Yang, and I will pretend this matter never happened. From now on, you will still be the First Temple Master of Ocean Palace. As for this old master, he can leave Ocean Palace and never return. Shahu stared at Jiang Huayan coldly, and said in an unquestionable tone. The latter's eyelids twitched, and it was obvious that his eyes were burning with rage. Shahu taking advantage of his seniority to speak to him in such a commanding tone obviously made him feel very uncomfortable. If he really did as Shahu said and apologized to Yang Kai, his dignity as First Temple Master would plummet. In the future, when others talked about him, they would only think of him as a puppet arranged by Shahu in front of the Great Hall. This was something Jiang Huayan absolutely could not tolerate. Martial uncle, you are the most senior person in my Ocean Palace. Martial Nephew has always respected you, but you have disappointed Martial Nephew. As one of my Ocean Palace's elders, not only do you not consider Ocean Palace's interests, you even want this temple master to apologize to an outsider? Who does he think he is? Martial Uncle, this temple master will also give you a chance to withdraw from this matter and no longer participate in it. Martial Nephew promises to be respectful and filial to you in the future. Otherwise, don't blame Martial Nephew for not giving you face. It looks like we have nothing more to say, Shahu said with a gloomy expression. He had not expected that his joyful return to the sea temple he had been away from for so long would result in him encountering such a situation. If he had known this would happen, he would have simply stayed on Serene Soul Island. Martial Uncle, are you determined to oppose me in Sea Temple? Jiang Huayan narrowed his eyes and looked at Shahu, not allowing him to explain himself. First he put a big hat on his head. Shahu remained silent, but his expression was one of grief. In that case, Martial Nephew will not be polite. Jiang Huayan suddenly shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Black Reef Island began to hum and tremble. In the next moment, a bright curtain of light enveloped the entire Black Reef Island. The sea within 100 miles surged, and the waves rose to a height of 10 zhang. An incomparably rich water attribute world energy madly gathered towards Black Reef Island, and mid-air, numerous strange beasts formed from water attribute world energy rapidly took shape. These beasts were so densely packed that they could not be seen with the naked eye, and there were also many different kinds of weapons formed from water attribute world energy. An aura of destruction descended from the sky. Shahu's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Blue roaring tidal array. So you had already planned to use this spirit array to embarrass this old master?" Jiang Huayan smiled and said, "Martial Uncle must be joking. This spirit array is not meant to target Martial Uncle. After all, you are also a member of my sea temple." Saying so, Jiang Huayan turned to look at Yang Kai. "If it's not meant to deal with old Sha, then it's meant to deal with me?" Yang Kai pointed his finger to his nose indifferently. Jiang Huayan sneered, "I heard that Sect Master Yang's strength is so great that even the leaders of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain fell at Sect Master Yang's hands. This Temple Master does not dare act carelessly. Temple Master Jiang is too kind. My reputation is nothing more than a rumor spread by others. Humph. Sect Master Yang is the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect, and has never interfered with my Sea Temple's affairs. But since you dare collude with the Sea Clan, you are my Sea Temple's mortal enemy. Sect Master Yang, surrender." Jiang Huayan looked at Yang Kai proudly, as if he was fully confident that under this spirit array, Yang Kai would be powerless to fight back. "Yang Kai, you leave!" Shahu suddenly shouted. "The blue roaring tidal array is my Sea Temple's sect defending spirit array. It draws support from the rich water attribute energy of the surrounding territory. So once it is activated, it is impossible for anyone below the Origin King realm to break the spirit array. However, with your ability, it won't be difficult for you to escape. You go first, this old master will cover for you." As expected of Martial Uncle, your understanding of my Sea Temple's sect-defending spirit array is indeed profound. But Martial Uncle, isn't it inappropriate for you to speak so much to an outsider? Jiang Huayan looked at Shahu with a sneer. "Impudence. This old master has already said that this old master has no intention of competing with you. But you are so short-sighted. Sea Temple will decline in your hands sooner or later. So for the sake of our ancestors, this old master will have to fight with you." "Old Sha, don't worry." Yang Kai gently patted Shahu on the shoulder, a calm look on his face. You're a fool." Shahu stomped his foot in annoyance. Once the spirit array is activated, the longer it accumulates, the more powerful it becomes. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to. "I don't want to leave," Yang Kai chuckled. "It's just a spirit array, nothing more." "Nothing more?" Shahu's expression froze. His spirit array being evaluated by Yang Kai like this made Shahu feel quite uncomfortable. However, after seeing Yang Kai's extremely indifferent expression, Shahu's frown eased and he said thoughtfully, "Since you say so, This old master won't waste his breath. Be careful. Chapter 1722. Yang Kai nodded, his expression becoming somewhat ferocious. Suddenly being used as a bargaining chip to deal with you makes this sect master very unhappy. Old Shah, this Jiang Huayan, do you mind if I kill him? Hearing this, Shahu sighed. Leave him alive, this old master will deal with him personally. As you wish. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Huayan glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai's calmness annoyed him greatly, and made him feel uneasy. He didn't know if Yang Kai really had some kind of powerful backing that allowed him to not fear the blue roaring tidal array. After all, according to the rumors Jiang Huayan had heard, Yang Kai had killed far too many peak origin returning realm masters. However, no matter how tyrannical an individual's strength was, how could they be stronger than a spirit array? Thinking so, the uneasiness in Jiang Huayan's heart calmed down significantly, and he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes filled with ridicule. As time passed, the power of the blue roaring tidal array grew stronger and stronger, as the surrounding water attribute energy continued to gather towards it, condensing into strange beasts and weapons that grew larger and larger. A pressure that caused even Shah, who to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai, however, still showed no intention of taking action, and simply stood in place, as if he was carefully appreciating the power of this blue roaring tidal array. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the power of the blue roaring tidal array had been raised to its peak. The sound of a tsunami rang in Yang Kai's ears, causing him to feel uneasy. Looking up, the sky was also filled with countless strange beasts and weapons made of water attribute world energy, all of them glaring at Yang Kai like tigers eyeing their prey. They were all waiting for the right moment to arrive, before they could tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. A relaxed expression appeared on Jiang Huayan's face, as he understood that even if Yang Kai possessed extraordinary strength, it would be impossible for him to escape from the blue roaring tidal array. This massive spirit array had been modified and strengthened by countless experts of Sea Temple, and it was enough to withstand a calamity that could wipe out an entire sect. Sect Master Yang, since you are Martial Uncle Shah's guest, if you obediently surrender, this temple master can consider lenient treatment. What do you say? Jiang Huayan looked at Yang Kai with a confident look on his face. Not good. Yang Kai shook his head. He looked at Jiang Huayan with a smile. I came here with sincerity, but I didn't expect to be treated like this. To be honest, your sea palace really annoys this sect master. If Elder Shah hadn't been here, this sect master even intends to remove your sea temple from Shadowed Star. However, the Ocean Palace was Elder Shah's sect. I can't go too far. You think you can remove my sea temple from Shadowed Star by yourself? Who gave you the confidence? Jiang Huayan roared. Do you have the ability? Yang Kai grinned. He didn't move much. He just looked at Jiang Huayan and softly said a word. Break. As soon as these words fell, the blue roaring tidal array, which had reached its peak, suddenly trembled, and the countless strange beasts' weapons suspended mid-air seemed to have gained sentience of their own and obeyed Yang Kai's command, bursting apart with a series of explosions. Even the bright light curtain that enveloped the entire Black Reef Island suddenly shattered at this moment. Sea Temple's sect defending array was instantly broken. It was as if the word Yang Kai spat out contained supreme power, forcing all the surrounding world energy to obey his instructions. Shahu was dumbfounded as he felt a great impact on his heart. He stared at Yang Kai with an incredulous look, as if he had just met him for the first time. Jiang Huayan was also stunned in place, glancing at Yang Kai before glancing around, unable to believe that the blue roaring tidal array had been completely broken with just a single word from the other party. Third Temple Master Qi Yanhai was even more dumbfounded, his body trembling slightly. The remaining Supreme Ocean Palace Masters all let out cries of disbelief. What happened? After a while, Jiang Huayan suddenly reacted and roared at Qi Yanhai. Where are the disciples presiding over the spirit array? Why did they stop the spirit array? He thought that the spirit array had been broken because the disciples had taken the initiative to stop it, not because of Yang Kai's meddling. Qi Yanhai felt a headache coming on and quickly took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and contacted the disciples presiding over the blue roaring tidal array. A moment later he said in a panic, "First Temple Master, it's not that the disciples stopped the spirit array, it's just that they can no longer activate it." "How is that possible?" Jiang Huaiyan's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai grinned, "Don't waste your energy. Now that the world energy within 1,000 kilometers is under my control, without my consent, your spirit array is just a decoration." "Nonsense!" Jiang Huaiyan shouted. "Even if you are an origin king, it is impossible for you to control such a large range of world energy. Do you take this temple master for a fool?" Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he suddenly raised his hands slowly. His movements were not fast. Instead, they were very slow. However, as he raised his hands, the seawater around Black Reef Island began to boil fiercely. Huge bubbles constantly rose from the surface of the sea. One after another, huge whirlpools formed near Black Reef Island and began to rotate wildly. Hong hong hong. Thick pillars of water suddenly shot out from those whirlpools. Each pillar of water was dozens of meters thick. They shot straight up into the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were pierced by them. The sky shook and the earth trembled, causing everyone to lose their footing. The sea around Black Reef Island seemed to have suddenly dropped a few inches. The water pillars that had rushed into the sky ferociously returned, transforming into azure water dragons. On their ferocious and incomparably huge heads, their facial features were vivid and lifelike. Even the body formed by the water pillars had lines that resembled dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, around Black Reef Island, hundreds of water dragons formed from pure seawater took shape. These water dragons shook their heads and waved their tails as they rushed towards Black Reef Island. When they were only a few hundred feet away from Black Reef Island, they suddenly stopped and looked down. The entire Black Reef Island was instantly surrounded by these hundreds of water dragons, each of them thousands of meters long and several dozen meters thick, each of them giving off a destructive pressure. It was not difficult to imagine that when these hundreds of water dragons rushed down, Black Reef Island would be reduced to ruins in a very short time. Yang Kai, who had done all this, had only raised his arms slightly, not showing any signs of using his Saint Chi or strength at all. On Black Reef Island, a commotion broke out. Suddenly being surrounded by so many water dragons, the disciples of Sea Temple were naturally terrified. None of them knew what was happening, but under the terrifying pressure, they either collapsed to the ground or desperately tried to flee, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Jiang Huaiyan could no longer suppress the panic in the depths of his heart, and his whole body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai, like he was some kind of monster. Unable to understand how Yang Kai was able to accomplish such a feat, no one dared to doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to remove Sea Temple from Shadowed Star anymore. The scene before them was the best explanation. Impossible. This temple master refuses to believe this is just an illusion. Jiang Huaiyan was still unwilling to give up and thought of a good reason, his eyes lighting up as he stared at Yang Kai. It turns out that Sect Master Yang has cultivated a profound illusion technique. This temple master was almost fooled by you. Stubborn fool. Yang Kai coldly snorted and with a single thought, sent one of the water dragons swooping down towards Jiang Huaiyan. In midair, the incomparably huge water dragon twisted and changed, inconceivably turning into a 30 feet long water arrow. And in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Huaiyan. Jiang Huaiyan roared as he pushed his Saint Chi, stretched out his hand, and condensed a shield-like secret technique in front of him. All of this was in vain as wherever the water arrow passed, the shields burst without even showing any signs of stopping. Jiang Huaiyan was shocked and realized that everything in front of him was not an illusion at all, but a real attack. By the time he tried to dodge, it was already too late. The water arrow pierced through his body, leaving a trail of blood behind it. Jiang Huaiyan's eyes bulged as he fell to the ground. However, because of Shahu's previous plea, Yang Kai did not kill him, but even so, this blow had almost taken half of Jiang Huaiyan's life. If he was not treated carefully, his cultivation would definitely plummet. With a single thought, the sea can change into mulberry fields. With a single thought, mountains can be moved. Yang Kai, did you refine Shadowed Star Source? Shahu asked in a trembling voice as an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. What? Qi Yanhai's face changed drastically as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Refining star sources was something that only existed in legends. And once one refined a star source, they would become the star master of that cultivation star, and would be able to control everything there was to control it. Qi Yanhai subconsciously refused to believe such an incredible thing, because to refine star sources, one needed to have an extremely powerful cultivation. It was rumored that one needed to reach the third-order Origin King realm to do so. However, there was also a second-order Origin King cultivator, who was extremely lucky and managed to refine a star source and become a star master. But this kind of thing was too far away, especially for a cultivator on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai was just a trivial third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he refine star sources? But if this was not the case, how could everything in front of him be explained? Even an ordinary origin king would not be able to create such a big scene. Only a star lord who ruled over a cultivation star could control the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, as he pleased, and gather the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Old Shah's vision is sharp. I was just lucky. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not denying it. Qi Yanhai could not help groaning in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had done something he would regret for the rest of his life with Jiang Huayan. Was there anything more stupid than targeting the Star Master of Shadowed Star on Shadowed Star? Sure enough, Old Shah breathed a sigh of relief and sighed bitterly. Foolish. He was obviously blaming Jiang Huayan for being short-sighted. Originally, the friendship between him and Yang Kai was very good. But after this incident, Yang Kai's impression of Sea Temple would definitely not be good, which would be extremely detrimental to Sea Temple's future development. Chapter 1723. Somewhere on Black Reef Island, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Not far away, light footsteps sounded and Yang Kai opened his eyes to find that Sea Temple's third temple master, Qi Yanhai, was walking over with a group of people. As soon as he met Yang Kai's gaze, Qi Yanhai hurriedly lowered his head and looked straight ahead with a respectful look. Since that day when he learned that Yang Kai was actually the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Qi Yanhai no longer dared to act presumptuously. Although his cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, Yang Kai was surrounded by the glorious aura of a Star Master. So even if there were 10,000 of him together, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent. He immediately apologized to Kai Yang and admitted his wrongs. Jiang Huayan had been crippled by Yang Kai, so the position of First Temple Master was vacant. Although Shahu did not like Qi Yanhai's cowardice, for the sake of Sea Temple, Shahu did not embarrass him, and personally pleaded with Yang Kai to save his life. Sect Master Yang, I have brought you the people and materials. Qi Yanhai walked up to Yang Kai and stood 5 meters in front of him before saying respectfully. Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at the 6 people behind him, nodded lightly and stretched out his hand. Bring me the materials. Yes. Qi Yanhai stepped forward and handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned it, finding that the materials inside were no different from what he had requested. Nodding, he said, Good, you may leave. Tell Old Shah that the space array here will be completed in 7 or 8 days, so he doesn't need to worry about it. First, deal with the internal affairs of Sea Temple. Jiang Huayan had been crippled, so it was inevitable that there would be some turmoil inside Sea Temple. Although Shahu had no intention of meddling in the affairs of Sea Temple, at this time, only he could step forward to stabilize the situation, so he could only do his best. Many thanks for Sect Master Yang's sympathy. I will definitely pass on your words. And Qi Yanhai quickly left, as if he didn't dare to stay with Yang Kai for a long time. After he left, Yang Kai looked at the remaining 6 cultivator. Among the 6 people, there were men and women, old and young, and the older ones. Most of them looked old while the younger ones appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, clearly in their prime. Their cultivations weren't high, with the most powerful among them only being a first-order origin returning realm master, while the worst was only a third-order saint. While Yang Kai was sizing them up, The 6 of them were also sizing up Yang Kai. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, it was rumored that this man was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. It was the master of the cultivation star that it was in control of. Before bringing them here, Qi Yinhai had specifically warned them not to disobey Yang Kai. Whatever Qi Yinhai said was right, and if they made Yang Kai unhappy, they would be punished according to the sect's rules. Are you the best array masters of Sea Temple? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Among the 6, the old man stepped forward and cupped his fists. Reporting to Sect Master Yang, the 6 of us are indeed the ones who have studied the Tao of Spirit arrays the most in Sea Temple. Good. Yang Kai gently nodded. Before Qi Yinhai brought you here, he should have told you what to do, right? Third Temple Master said that he would assist Sect Master Yang in refining a space array to connect my Sea Temple and High Heaven sect, to facilitate the exchange of materials between the two sects. The old man replied again. And since you already know, then I won't waste any more words. In terms of materials, your Sea Temple has already prepared them. All that remains is for you to refine and integrate them into the array bases needed to construct the spirit array. As for the spirit array bases, I believe these shouldn't be difficult for you. The old man also seemed to have discovered that Yang Kai was not the fierce and evil person he had imagined, and instead had an amiable attitude. So he immediately relaxed and proudly declared, as long as we have the method to refine them, the 6 of us will not disappoint Sect Master Yang. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, summoned the 6 to his side, and began explaining to them what kind of materials needed to be paired with what kind of materials to refine. The 6 of them had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays, not something Yang Kai's half-baked knowledge could compare with. Yang Kai only gave a brief explanation, but the 6 of them were able to understand. Next, Yang Kai took out the materials prepared by Sea Temple one by one, divided them into different categories, and gave them to the 6 of them to refine different components. The arrangement of a space array was extremely complicated, but before coming here, Yang Kai had already arranged a space array outside High Heaven sect, so this was his second time, so he was somewhat familiar with the process. The main work was naturally done by him. The reason why Yang Kai had Qi Yinhai bring the 6 of them over was just to act as his assistants, which would save him a lot of time. Yang Kai was also worried that these 6 people would steal something from him. After all, the most fundamental part of the space array was still in his hands. As long as this array diagram was not leaked, even if they copied it and arranged a new one, it wouldn't be of any use. In this open space on Black Reef Island, the 7 people each performed their own duties. In just 5 days, a space array that covered an area of about 10 feet had been completely set up. Looking around, this space array was not the same as the ones in the major cities. There was no circular arch, only a circular base placed on the ground, giving it a very simple appearance. However, the area it occupied was slightly larger. After all, if this space array was completed, it could cross a distance of millions of kilometers and could accommodate up to 50 people at a time. This was something the space arrays in the major cities could not compare with. The prototype of the space array had been arranged, so the rest was up to Yang Kai himself. The 6 array masters of Sea Temple did not rush to leave, and instead stood quietly to the side, paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. Unfortunately, no matter how they investigated, they could not find any clues. Yang Kai's divine sense shuttled back and forth across the base of the space array, carving a series of mysterious and complex patterns that gradually converged to form the space array's diagram. Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C was his conflagrated knowledge C, so it was extremely easy for him to leave a mark on these materials that had already been refined. The entire process was smooth, and it only took Yang Kai half an hour to complete the carving of the space array. After carefully inspecting the array diagram and confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Yang Kai smiled slightly and poured his space force into it to activate the space array. At the same time, he located High Heaven Sect's space array and connected the two places. That's it, the old man asked in disbelief. It's almost done. As long as enough Saint crystals are placed into the space array, It will be able to operate. Yang Kai nodded and replied. The 6 array masters all gasped as they stared at Yang Kai in admiration. A space array. It only took him 5 days to set up such a huge space array. If such a thing was told, no one would believe it. On Shadowed Star, the method of arranging space arrays had long been lost. All that remained were relics from ancient times, and the cultivator could only perform some simple repairs. It was impossible for them to be rearranged. Moreover, even in ancient times, when the method of arranging space arrays had not been lost, it was impossible for it to be completed in such a short time. According to ancient records, the arrangement of a space array was a huge waste of manpower and resources. Not only did it require a huge amount of financial and material resources, but it also consumed a lot of time. Over the years, being able to arrange a single space array was already an amazing feat, but here, it had been completed in just 5 days. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and excitement. After all, this space array contained their blood, sweat, and tears. Sect Master Yang, may this old master be so bold as to give it a try? The old man rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. Being the first person to use a space array, although there were no substantial benefits, for him, it was still a kind of glory. Wait a moment. Yang Kai chuckled before sitting down, taking out some strange materials from his space ring, and placing them in front of him to smelt. Wrapped in his Saint Qi, the impurities in these materials were removed, and the various materials gradually gathered together like a hodgepodge. The 6 array masters didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, so all of them just stared at him in confusion, feeling that he was quite mysterious. After a short while, a token-like object appeared in Yang Kai's hand. This token was not eye-catching. It was black in color, and did not give off any world energy fluctuations. But on this token was engraved the word Ling. It was as if a dragon was flying and a phoenix was dancing, as if a divine dragon was about to soar into the sky, giving it an indescribable feeling. Yang Kai refined a total of 6 such tokens before casually tossing them to the 6 array masters. Each of the 6 array masters took one, and held it in their palms as they examined it carefully. The old man seemed to think of something, and his expression became excited as he stammered. Sect Master Yang, dare I ask what this is? He obviously misunderstood, and thought that Yang Kai had given them something good. This is a transmission token. Without this transmission token, the only result of activating the space array is being banished to the void, never to return. Yang Kai explained lightly. The faces of the 6 array masters changed as they understood the purpose of these 6 tokens Yang Kai had specially refined. The old man recovered from his loss and quickly understood the key to this, cupping his fists and saying, Sect Master Yang's thoughts are meticulous, this old master admires. With this, we can avoid the situation of a large number of cultivators invading with the help of our sect's arrays. When the other 5 array masters heard what he said, they suddenly understood why Yang Kai had refined these 6 tokens. Although the space array was convenient to connect the 2 places, if an enemy took advantage of this gap and used this method to invade, it would be difficult to guard against. However, this transmission token refined by Yang Kai could essentially prevent such a situation from happening. Without this transmission token, it was impossible to use the space array. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and enveloping the 6 array masters with his Saint Qi before standing on top of the space array. Let's go and see if this array is useful. Chapter 1724. Before the 6 array masters of Sea Temple had time to speak, Yang Kai had already inserted the Saint crystals used to activate the array into the grooves around it. The array immediately began operating, and with a flash of white light, the 6 array masters felt their bodies lighten, and by the time they reacted, the scenery in front of them had changed drastically. Looking around, the ground in front of them was black and red, and the surrounding air was filled with a rich fire attribute aura, making it appear somewhat hot and dry. The environment here was completely different from the limitless ocean, where Sea Temple was located. Beneath his feet was an existence identical to the space array arranged by Yang Kai and the others. There were also some cultivators in the surroundings who were busy building a palace here. This palace was almost complete, and its imposing aura was magnificent. The nearby bustling martial artists were all wearing the same uniform. On their clothes, there was a small Ling word embroidered, High Heaven Sect Disciples. The 6 array masters from Sea Temple immediately reacted. They had already arrived near High Heaven Sect, and this place was obviously very similar to the legendary Lu Yen Sand Field. The abnormality of the space array here alarmed the nearby High Heaven Sect disciples, and some of them immediately came to investigate. After discovering that it was Yang Kai, they quickly cupped their fists and bowed. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'm just testing whether the array over there is useful or not. All of you can go about your own business. Yes, the disciples obeyed and dispersed. High Heaven Sect's space array was arranged by Yang Kai outside the Lu Yen Sand Field, so as to avoid the drawbacks of others directly entering the headquarters through the space array. This space array was of great significance, as it was a bridge between High Heaven Sect and the outside world. Yang Kai planned to arrange space arrays in all the famous cities on Shadowed Star, so that High Heaven Sect would be able to establish contact with them at any time and place. This would be of great help to High Heaven Sect's future development. Sect Master. A High Heaven Sect disciple did not leave immediately, and instead stood in place, and cupped his fists respectfully. What is it? Great Elder instructed a few days ago that if Sect Master appears here, he must inform Sect Master about this matter. Please be sure to pass on a message to the Sovereign. Half a month ago, the Shadow Moon Palace's Palace Lord Qian sent a message, asking the Sovereign to make time to make a trip to the Shadow Moon Palace. He said that he had something important to discuss with me. Got it. Yang Kai nodded. Only then did the disciple leave. Yang Kai didn't know why Qian Tong was looking for him, but it shouldn't be urgent, otherwise, he would have come in person. Moreover, Qian Tong was now an Origin King Realm Master, so there were few things in this world that could threaten him. Yang Kai didn't take this matter to heart. He planned to finish his work before going to the Shadow Moon Hall to meet Qian Tong. After testing the smoothness of the space array, Yang Kai led the 6 Ocean Temple members back to Black Reef Island. The 6 of them were still somewhat unsatisfied. The old man wore a look of extreme admiration as he said, Sect Master Yang. This old master has also used many space arrays, but each time he uses them, the transmission distance depends on the distance. All of them have varying degrees of dizziness, but this space array did not cause this old master to feel any of these. Sect Master Yang's talent is truly admirable. The other 5 also nodded in agreement. Space arrays were indeed convenient to use, but transmission through space would put a burden on the cultivator. This burden was not only on the physical body, but also on the soul. The further the distance, the greater the burden. Therefore, a cultivator who was not strong would not dare to perform long-distance transmission. If they were not careful, it was very likely that their knowledge sea would be destroyed. From then on, they would become an idiot. Even short-distance transmissions could not be performed too many times in a short period of time. Of the 6 array masters, which one of them had not used a space array before? It was just a matter of how many times. They were well aware of this drawback. But just now, they had performed 2 ultra-long distance transmissions over 10 million kilometers. Yet they did not feel any discomfort. It was as if they were visiting a neighbor. In other words, the space array arranged by Yang Kai had surpassed the ancient relics in all aspects and reached a new height. Of course, the old man admired this to the extreme. Yang Kai smiled lightly. It's just a small trick. Please pass the transmission tokens in your hands to Old Shah. Also, tell Old Shah to send someone to High Heaven Sect once Sea Temple has settled down. My sect's great elder, Yi, will discuss the exchange of supplies with him. Is Sect Master Yang leaving now? Would you like to rest for a few days and meet with Granduncle Shah? The old man tried to persuade him to stay. No, I have to make a trip to Sea God Palace. Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. A look of regret appeared on the faces of the 6 array masters. After a brief discussion, they hurried towards the center of Black Reef Island. The 6 transmission tokens were of utmost importance, so they did not dare to act carelessly. Sea God Palace was a huge force on the limitless ocean that rivaled Sea Temple and encompassed all sentient beings in the limitless ocean. To a certain extent, Sea God Palace was much stronger than Sea Temple, whether it was in terms of the cultivation or number of high-level cultivators. However, although the two of them had friction from time to time, they would never fight on a large scale, allowing them to coexist on the limitless ocean. Sea God Palace was actually located somewhere 10,000 meters below the surface of the ocean. The huge underwater palace complex was beautifully built and protected by spirit arrays, allowing the air inside to be fresh and natural. For others, trying to find the headquarters of Sea God Palace on the vast limitless ocean was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Sea Temple had never been able to figure out where Sea God Palace was located. But for Yang Kai it was a simple and easy task. After leaving Black Reef Island, it only took him a day to lock onto the location of Sea God Palace and arrive here. Here, he did not encounter any difficulties. Although the Sea Clan looked down on the human race and was a different race from the human race, they had always respected the strong. Yang Kai undoubtedly had the capital to make them treat him with respect. What's more, as the Sea Clan's princess, the little dolphin was extremely close to Yang Kai. Qian Mo and Shang Ao, the two great commanders, were also very grateful to Yang Kai. As such, cooperation with the Sea Clan was much easier than with Sea Temple. Yang Kai personally went to meet the king of the Sea Clan, the father of the little dolphin, Patriarch Lai Kong of the Dolphin Flood Dragon Clan. After the other party probed a little and determined that Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable, the two sides hit it off and immediately began cooperating. Just like with Sea Temple, Yang Kai made requests and Sea God Palace provided the materials. Yang Kai spent a few days arranging a third space array in Sea God Palace and refining several transmission tokens. With these two transmission arrays in Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, High Heaven Sect could truly set foot in the deep sea from now on. When the time came, whether it was for their own use or to sell, High Heaven Sect would never suffer a loss. On the contrary, they could take advantage of this advantage to expand High Heaven Sect's material reserves, allowing the disciples to cultivate without any worries about a shortage of supplies. This was an advantage that no other sect on Shadowed Star possessed. Yang Kai did not plan to stay in Sea God Palace for long, so after everything was settled, he bid farewell to Sea God Palace's palace master Lai Kong. However, before leaving, something unexpected happened. The little dolphin actually ran over to Yang Kai with her tail wagging and handed a bead in her mouth to Yang Kai. This bead was about the size of a fist, blue in color, and as deep as the sea. It didn't look very big, but when Yang Kai held it in his hand, he found that it was extremely heavy and gave off a faint sound of tsunamis, as well as an extremely rich water attribute aura. When Sea God Palace's palace master Lai Kong, Qian Mo, Shang Ao, and the other great commanders saw this bead, their expressions changed and became dignified. Many people had nervous expressions on their faces. This thing, I can't accept it. Yang Kai smiled slightly as he patted the little dolphin's head. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this bead was, he could infer from everyone's expressions that this bead was absolutely valuable. He had just reached a cooperative relationship with Sea God Palace, so if he rashly accepted such a valuable gift, he was afraid that the Sea Tribe would be displeased. The most important reason was that this bead was given to him by the little dolphin. The little dolphin only had the IQ of a few years old child, so its actions were entirely based on its preferences and could not represent the wishes of the entire Sea Clan. If this had been given to him by Lai Kong himself, Yang Kai would not have considered it so much. Seeing Yang Kai refuse, the several Sea Clan great commanders all showed relaxed expressions. The little dolphin, however, was unwilling to give up and began crying out anxiously, as if it would not give up until Yang Kai accepted it. Yang Kai tried his best to persuade it, but the little dolphin still refused to take it back, its eyes almost overflowing with tears. Yang Kai could only turn his gaze to Lai Kong helplessly. Lai Kong's expression was indescribable as he stared at the little dolphin with a soft gaze. After a long time, he smiled slightly and said, "Since Sect Master Yang and my daughter are so fated, Please accept this thing. If you don't accept it, my daughter will definitely be sad. After all, Sect Master Yang is my daughter's savior. This is my daughter's gift of thanks. Sect Master Yang does not need to refuse. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Dare I ask what this thing is? What use does it have?" "This is one of the treasures of my sea god palace, the sea god bead. It may not be of any use to Sect Master Yang, but if it is obtained by a cultivator, who cultivates a water attribute secret art or secret technique, it will be of great use. It contains the source of the sea, and is filled with rich and pure water attribute world energy. It is almost inexhaustible. This king gave it to my daughter as a birthday gift 2 years ago. Since it belongs to my daughter, of course she can give it to Sect Master Yang," Lai Kong explained. "The source of the sea." Yang Kai was slightly moved. "This thing really has some use to me. Since that's the case, this Yang will accept it." Lai Kong smiled and nodded. The several great commanders saw that the matter had reached this point, and could not say anything more. "However, this sea god bead is too precious. How about this? This Yang is willing to exchange 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills for it. What does Lai Kong Palace think? 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills." Lai Kong's eyes lit up. The expressions of many great commanders also became excited. Chapter 1725. The Sea Clan Masters had long learned about the effects of shadowed heaven pills from Qian Mo and Shang Ao. Although they knew the effects of shadowed heaven pills were heaven-defying, their main ingredient could only be found on Serene Soul Island. So even if they wanted it, they couldn't obtain it. The little dolphin did have some, but not many. They were all given to her by Yang Kai before, so they could be considered her personal belongings. Who would dare take pills from a Sea Clan princess? Even Lai Kong had only taken one shadowed heaven pill from the little dolphin to study it. After studying it, he returned it to his daughter. At this moment, Yang Kai was actually offering 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills. For the Sea Clan, this was tantamount to a windfall. With these 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills, the Sea Clan Masters could greatly improve their physical strength. So when he heard that Yang Kai was willing to exchange 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills for this sea god bead, Lai Kong could no longer maintain his calm, and joy overflowed from his face. "Good." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Although 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills was a huge fortune, it was nothing to High Heaven Sect. The shadowed heaven lotus he brought back last time had all been given to Xia Ningchang. Presumably after so many days, she had refined a lot of pills. Lai Kong said dryly, "How can I accept this? If Palace Master Lai Kong does not agree, then this Yang will be embarrassed to accept this sea god bead." Lai Kong pondered for a moment before nodding. Since Sect Master Yang is so straightforward, this Lai Kong will not hesitate. This king agrees. May the friendship between Sea God Palace and High Heaven Sect last forever. Good. I will have someone deliver the 500 shadowed heaven pills to Sea God Palace. Please wait a few days. Yang Kai cupped his fists to the Sea Clan Masters. This Yang will take his leave now. Please wait a moment. After saying so, Yang Kai stepped directly into the space array and teleported out of High Heaven Sect with the help of its power. The sea god bead he unexpectedly obtained this time was really useful to Yang Kai. Although he didn't cultivate any water attribute secret arts or secret techniques, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, there was no need to consider the fire element treasure. That piece of sun true essence contained a vast amount of energy. Yang Kai had used it to cultivate for such a long time, yet the sun's true essence had not changed at all. On the other hand, the supreme treasures of the other 4 attributes were damaged to a certain extent. Whether it was the lightning wood, profound Een sunflower water, profound gold, or divine nullification sand, they couldn't hold on for much longer. The sea god bead he obtained this time could be used to replace the profound Een sunflower water as a material for his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The sea god's pearl contained the source of a sea, and its water attribute spiritual energy was abundant and pure. Its grade could only be higher than the profound Yin sunflower water. There was no doubt that it met the requirements. And the energy stored inside, it was definitely much more than the profound Yin sunflower water. From the looks of it, he didn't have to worry about water-type supreme treasures for the time being. On the other hand, he still needed to pay more attention to the metal, wood and earth attribute materials. However, with Yang Kai's current identity, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find materials of these three attributes. In fact, he only needed to issue an order, but whether or not they would be comparable to the sea god bead was uncertain. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai went to find Yi Shiyan. He told her about the deal he made with Sea God Palace, and asked her to send someone to collect 500 origin-grade shadowed heaven pills from Xia Ningchang. Yi Shiyan naturally agreed. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai ran around the famous cities and sects of Shadowed Star, constantly arranging space arrays. 2 months later, using the space array outside High Heaven Sect as a foundation, High Heaven Sect's route was set up. It covered almost all of Shadowed Star, and as long as the disciples needed it, they could travel to any city they wanted at any time. Such an unprecedented scale was something that had never happened on Shadowed Star before. As a result, not only could High Heaven Sect keep abreast of the situation and information of Shadowed Star at any time, but it could also purchase all kinds of materials from all over the world. Yang Kai placed Heavenly Fate City at the bottom of his list. After all, he was going to see Qian Tong, so he might as well arrange the space array together with this matter. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Heavenly Fate City. Looking down at the post-war city from the sky, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a second-order saint, but after so many years, he had already cultivated to the peak of Shadowed Star. Thinking back, it was on Dragon Cave Mountain outside Heavenly Fate City that he began to make a name for himself and gradually established the current High Heaven Sect. Recalling the past now felt like it was yesterday. Yang Kai smiled lightly and descended straight to the City Lord's mansion. After being plundered by corpse spirit religion, Heavenly Fate City was originally in ruins, but after a long period of recuperation, the current Heavenly Fate City was prosperous again. Fei Ji too was still the City Lord of Heavenly Fate City. When Yang Kai saw him, he had already recovered his third-order origin returning realm cultivation. It seemed that after being tortured by Fang Fingqi of corpse spirit religion last time, he had regained some of his former strength. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling happy for him, and after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Ji too was even more excited. After learning the purpose of Yang Kai's visit, he immediately decided to let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Yang Kai didn't hold back and immediately began to arrange the space array in Heavenly Fate City, connecting it to High Heaven Sect. In just 2 days, the space array was completed. With the study of space arrays, Yang Kai had become very familiar with arranging them and could save a lot of time. With a flash of white light, Fei Ji too disappeared from the space array. After a while he reappeared and laughed. Sure enough, it was sent to High Heaven Sect. This is great. In the future, our two sects can communicate with each other at any time, and we won't have to worry about it taking days to send a letter. Yang Kai smiled softly and suddenly asked, "By the way, Senior Fei, is old Qian here?" Hearing Yang Kai ask about Qian Tong, Fei Ji too's expression immediately became serious and he nodded. "He's already here. But seeing you arranging the space array, he didn't want to disturb you. You should go and see him quickly. Old Ghost Qian seems to have something he can't solve." Even old Qian can't solve it? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't understand what was going on, that even a master like Qian Tong was at his wit's end. When he was arranging the space array here, he had already asked Fei Ji to send a message to Shadow Moon Hall. 2 days was enough for Qian Tong to arrive. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and hurriedly went to see Qian Tong under the lead of Fei Ji Tuesday. In a hall of the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai stepped in. There were only 3 people waiting inside. These 3 were all old acquaintances of Yang Kai. In addition to Qian Tong, there was Wei Gucheng and Dong Xiener, the pair of Mandarin ducks in distress. Seeing Yang Kai, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and he smiled bitterly. "You're finally here, little brat. Please forgive me, old Qian. I thought it was nothing serious, so I didn't rush over. I've been running around Shadowed Star all this time. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. If he had known that Qian Tong was so anxious, he would have been the first to come to Heavenly Fate City. Qian Tong smiled. It's not that urgent, otherwise this old master would have gone to High Heaven Sect in person. To the side, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer hurriedly got up and greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting, sweeping them with his divine sense. He found that the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging like a sea, and their auras were fluctuating. Obviously, they were on the verge of a breakthrough. They were worthy of being the most elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Less than 10 years after breaking through to the origin returning realm, they were actually on the verge of a breakthrough. Logically speaking, even with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's aptitude, their cultivation progress should not have been so rapid. Yang Kai guessed that this was related to the last time corpse spirit religion had wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. A cultivator was often able to force out all their potential in desperate situations. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had been on the verge of death several times during that incident, which was of great benefit to their future cultivation. When young people met, it was always lively. While Yang Kai was talking to Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too did not interrupt, and just watched from the side with a smile. After a long time, Yang Kai patted his head and turned to Qian Tong. Right, old Qian. Why did you come looking for me? I heard Senior Fei say that even you can't solve this matter? Qian Tong's expression gradually became serious as he nodded. This old master really can't solve it. So he wanted to ask you. What is it specifically? You should know if you take a closer look. Qian Tong did not give a direct answer. After he finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly burst out of his body and radiated outwards. Territory field. This was a territory field that only Origin King Realm Masters could possess. It was the ultimate evolution of Shi. Qian Tong had only broken through to the Origin King Realm a few years ago, so his territory field was not very powerful among Origin Kings. But when he released his territory field, the entire world seemed to tremble. Fortunately, he did not target anyone present, and instead restrained himself. So even if Wei Guchang and the others felt their bodies become heavy, and their Saint Qi become difficult to circulate, they were not injured. Yang Kai paid close attention to Qian Tong when suddenly, his complexion changed, and he released his divine sense to investigate Qian Tong's surroundings. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Qian Tong immediately knew that he had noticed something, and spared no effort to continue maintaining his territory field, so that Yang Kai could see more clearly. After a long time, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as he withdrew his gaze and frowned. Since you are the master of Shadowed Star, you should have noticed something wrong, right? Qian Tong dispersed his territory field and asked Yang Kai. Fei Ji too, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer were all confused, none of them knowing what was wrong with Qian Tong. In their opinion, there was nothing wrong with Qian Tong. As soon as he released his territory field, it was suffocating. The world principles here are rejecting you? Yang Kai asked suspiciously, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. You really noticed? Qian Tong sighed. What? Fei Ji too was shocked. Old Ghost Qian is being rejected by the world principles? How could such a thing be possible? Nothing is impossible. Qian Tong smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the world principles were not rejecting me, do you think this old master was struck by lightning for no reason last time? Chapter 1726. Old Qian was struck by lightning? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Qian Tong nodded. Although I didn't suffer any serious injuries, the power of heavenly thunder is still not to be underestimated. Fei Ji too's jaw dropped as he exclaimed. I thought you were cultivating some kind of secret technique last time to attract heavenly thunder, but it turns out that wasn't the case. I didn't cultivate any secret technique. Qian Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are many secret techniques in Shadow Moon Hall. It's not like you don't know what kind of secret technique can attract heavenly thunder. Besides, even if there were such a secret technique, this old master wouldn't have the time to cultivate it. I'd rather consolidate my realm right now. What about the earth fire from last time? Dong Xian'er asked from the side. What earth fire? Fei Zhitu looked stunned. Dong Xian'er blinked his big eyes and explained. 2 months ago, a terrifying earth fire suddenly emerged from Honored Master's retreat and burned the entire place to ashes. Such a thing happened? Fei Zhitu was very surprised. It's also because this old master was rejected by the world principles. Qian Tong was very annoyed. Since this old master returned to Shadowed Star, I've encountered this kind of thing more than once. Although this old master resolved it every time, this old master can't concentrate on his cultivation. Not only that, when this old man flies in the air, there is a soul-dispersing astral wind in the void that rushes into my sea of consciousness, wearing down my spiritual power. This old man doesn't dare to fly for too long, nor does he dare to fly too high, for fear of causing unbearable consequences. Heavenly thunder, earth fire, astral wind. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Old Qian, you've been living such a bitter life. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Qian Tong looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. This kind of life was indeed very stressful. Fortunately, Qian Tong was not in secluded retreat these days, otherwise, once he was disturbed, it was very likely that he would become the demon race. At that time, even if he was an Origin King Realm Master, it would be impossible for him to survive. How could there be such a thing? Fei Zhitu's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes were filled with surprise. This city lord has lived for hundreds of years, but this is the first time I've heard of this. This is my first time as well. Qian Tong sighed heavily, then looked at Yang Kai with an expectant expression. Yang Kai, you are now the master of Shadowed Star. Can you find a way to relieve this old master of these worries? He was really too troubled, and he didn't know when the heavenly lightning, earth and fire would strike, so he couldn't go into seclusion. Now he could only pin all his hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he could come up with a solution. But to his great disappointment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I can roughly grasp the world principles of Shadowed Star, but it is impossible for me to break them. Qian Tong heard this and sighed. Another sigh followed. The hall fell silent for a while, as everyone's expressions became heavy. The only Origin King Realm Master on Shadowed Star had appeared in Shadow Moon Hall, which should have been an extremely glorious matter. But Qian Tong was now being rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles, which was not good news. After a long time, Qian Tong suddenly said, It seems that the only way is to leave. Old Ghost Qian, you want to leave Shadowed Star? Fei Zhitu was shocked. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er also looked at Qian Tong reluctantly, as if they wanted to say something to persuade him, but did not know where to start. If I don't leave here, this old master will be troubled for the rest of his life, and his cultivation will never improve. Qian Tong smiled slightly. This old master finally broke through to the Origin King realm. This old master does not want to be trapped in this realm for the rest of his life. This old master wants to go higher, stand farther, and see more wonderful scenery. You're already so old, yet you're still so ambitious. Fei Zhitu smiled bitterly. Old Fei, are you willing to be trapped in the Origin returning realm for the rest of your life? Qian Tong asked. How could that be possible? Fei Zhitu snorted. If my realm had not fallen last time, I would have left Shadowed Star with this city, regardless of whether I can pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm or not. This city lord would have left Shadowed Star with you. Yes, people walk to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Since you've decided, I have nothing else to say. Then I have nothing more to say. You can rest assured that Shadow Moon Hall will be well taken care of, Fei Zhitu said seriously. Yang Kai, if this old master wants to leave here, he will need to borrow your strength. Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Of course, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Actually, I have a plan that I am going to implement soon. It happens to coincide with old Qian's idea. What plan? Qian Tong's eyes lit up when he heard this. I am going to arrange a space array on another cultivation star. Ultra-long distance transmission across stars? Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu exclaimed in unison as they looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai nodded. Shadowed Star has been closed off for long enough. It is time to go out and take a look. If this plan can really be accomplished, a cultivator on Shadowed Star will be able to leave Shadowed Star in the future and go to other places to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were speechless for a long time, just staring in shock. After a long while, Qian Tong asked hesitantly, "Can this kind of thing be done? Where there is a will, there is a way." Yang Kai chuckled. "At the very least, I don't think there will be any problems with the arrangement of the space array. But what if a master from another cultivation star invades Shadowed Star with the help of the space array you arranged? What will happen then?" Qian Tong showed a trace of worry on his face. "Haha, you don't have to worry about that." Fei Ji too laughed as he took out a few tokens engraved with the character Ling from his space ring and waved them in his hand. "Without these, it is impossible to use the space array arranged by Yang Kai." "What are these?" Qian Tong was puzzled. "Transmission tokens." Fei Ji too immediately explained. After Qian Tong understood the function of these transmission tokens, he could not help but feel relieved and thoughtfully said, "Yang Kai, you made these transmission tokens. It seems you already had plans." "Of course, arranging a space array on Shadowed Star is just practice." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. His real goal was to connect Shadowed Star to Star Territory. This was not just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Yang Kai had been considering for a long time. It would take far too long to travel from Shadowed Star to the bustling star field. But if there was a space array, there wouldn't be such a problem. Today, in High Heaven Sect, there was more than one peak third-order origin returning realm master. And as sect master, Yang Kai was bound to plan for their future. Even he himself had reached the third-order origin returning realm, and urgently needed to leave Shadowed Star to prepare for his breakthrough to the Origin King realm. What's more, by arranging a space array, Yang Kai could also cultivate the Tao of Space. These days, he found that his grasp of the Tao of Space had become more profound. Killing several birds with one stone, Yang Kai naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Good. Since you are so considerate, this old master can rest assured. You becoming the sect master of Shadowed Star is the blessing of all stars." Qian Tong laughed. "Then old Qian, will you leave with me? Or will you wait for me to finish arranging the space array before leaving?" Yang Kai asked again. Qian Tong thought about it seriously for a while before saying, "After you finish arranging the space array, this old master will stay on Shadowed Star for a while. There are still some things I need to deal with in Shadow Moon Hall. Then old Qian can wait for my good news." Yang Kai smiled lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai did not stay in Heavenly Fate City for long, and instead returned directly to High Heaven Sect. Gathering all the elders in the sect, Yang Kai told them about his next plans. Yi Shiyun, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others all looked at Yang Kai excitedly and nodded in agreement. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was the most promising existence on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm. But last time, she had to stay behind in High Heaven Sect to take care of Yang Yan. So she missed the opportunity to leave with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could really arrange the space array on a nearby cultivation star, she would have a chance to escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles. Yang Xiuzhu and the others also had similar thoughts. Although they hadn't been able to break through in the blood prison trial, that didn't mean that they wouldn't have any hope of breaking through in their lifetime. Naturally, they had to spare no effort to break through. Even if they had to break through a wall, they wouldn't turn back. Since no one has any objections, this sect master will do as he pleases. Yang Kai grinned and looked around. But before that, I need all of you to help me collect materials. What materials? Yi Shiyun asked. Space spirit crystals, Yang Kai said solemnly. The most critical material for arranging a space array is space spirit crystals. Depending on the distance between two space arrays, the number of space spirit crystals required will vary. Since we want to arrange a super long distance space array that can cross stars, the more space spirit crystals we have, the better. Good, we'll handle this matter. Yi Shiyun nodded heavily. Now that High Heaven Sect could easily communicate with all of Shadowed Star, it was not difficult to collect materials. The key was how many space spirit crystals they could collect. After all, Space spirit crystals were extremely rare, and even if some were occasionally found, they would be used to refine space rings. Yang Kai had a lot of them before, all of which he had mined under Dragon Cave Mountain, but they had long been consumed by his cultivation of Space Force. The space spirit crystals used to arrange the space array, during this time, were all plundered from the storehouses of the various great sects and cities. 3 months after 3 months, I will leave Shadowed Star. I hope all of you can help me collect enough space spirit crystals by then. Yes. All the elders nodded before quickly dispersing to contact their respective sects on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai believed that after 3 months, Yang Kai should be able to reap a great harvest. The elders of High Heaven sect were all mobilized, leaving Yang Kai with nothing to do. After spending a few days with his parents and brothers, he took Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang to travel around Shadowed Star. He didn't know when he would be free after this trip. He only hoped that he could spend more time with his 2 senior sisters in these 3 months, and enjoy more time with his 2 women. Such a life was simply a luxury for him. Chapter 1727. Is this the Grand Crystal Mountain Range where Colored Glass Sect is located? Su Yan looked down at the undulating mountain range below and asked. Yang Kai, who was standing next to her, nodded before releasing his divine sense, and using his status as a star master, sweeping the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers before smiling. It seems that when Corpse Spirit Religion attacked, Colored Glass Sect's headquarters didn't suffer much damage. It's about the same as the last time I was here. Xia Ning Chang looked into the distance and said softly, the world energy on Shadowed Star is really incomparable to Tongxian Realm. Every place we've been to these days, whether it's the world energy or the scenery, it far surpasses Tongxian Realms. She looked slightly disappointed. Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master, the Star Master of Tongxian Realm. For every Star Master, a cultivation star that had its source refined was like their closest companion, like their own child. Tongxian Realm's desolation and lack of world energy made Xia Ning Chang feel a little sad. Star Masters are closely related to cultivation stars. Little senior sister, you should work hard to improve your cultivation. One day, Tongxian Realm will be revitalized again. Yang Kai comforted. Xia Ning Chang nodded obediently. Let's go. Sect Master Gong should have received the news. Yang Kai grabbed the 2 women's hands and led them forward. It had been almost 3 months since Yang Kai began wandering Shadowed Star. Over the past 3 months, Yang Kai's group of 3 had visited almost all of Shadowed Star's famous scenic spots, experiencing all kinds of local customs and practices. The magnificent limitless ocean, the endless silent desert, and the many towering mountains and rivers, all of which left their footprints and silhouettes in their memories. These 3 months would definitely become the most beautiful memories in the hearts of the 3 of them. Colored Glass Sect was Yang Kai's last stop. Yang Kai didn't come here to sightsee, but rather to ask Gong Aofu for something. Although Gong Aofu had led all of Colored Glass Sect to join High Heaven Sect, when Corpse Spirit Religion was rampaging, High Heaven Sect's forces were still quite strong. She herself became one of the elders of High Heaven Sect, but after the hidden dangers of Corpse Spirit Religion were discovered, Yang Kai asked Gong Aofu to return to Grand Crystal Mountain. He knew better than anyone else the significance of a sect to a cultivator. Just like the sect he established on Shadowed Star called High Heaven Sect. Even if Gong Aofu would have more room to develop if she stayed in High Heaven Sect, she would always remember Colored Glass Sect, the sect that gave birth to her and raised her. What's more, when Gong Aofu joined High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had allowed her to rebuild Colored Glass Sect in the future. Letting her go was just to fulfill his promise. Gong Aofu was indeed moved to tears. Although she led the cultivator of Colored Glass Sect back to Taiching Mountain, she also made a solemn vow that Colored Glass Sect would no longer exist. It was under the control of High Heaven Sect, and was an affiliated sect of High Heaven Sect. This was the first subsidiary sect of High Heaven Sect. What's more, it was a very important subsidiary sect. When Yang Kai brought Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang here, he had already sent a message to Gong Aofu. By the time they arrived at Colored Glass Sect's main peak, There was already a large group of people standing down below, led by a beautiful woman. She was full of charm and had a voluptuous figure. Naturally, she was Gong Aofu. Dai Yuan's face was still full of pockmarks, making her look extremely ugly, but standing beside Gong Aofu only served to accentuate Gong Aofu's beauty. Behind the two of them, these people were the only remaining elders and elite disciples of Colored Glass sect, In Su Dai among them. Seeing Yang Kai's light descend, the group of people down below immediately wore solemn expressions and saluted. Subordinate Gong Aofu greets Sect Master and Madam Sect Master. Gong Aofu quickly said, "None of you are outsiders. Sect Master Gong doesn't need to be so polite." Yang Kai waved his hand, while Su Yan smiled at Gong Aofu and calmly accepted the title she had just received. On the other hand, Xia Ning Chong, even though she was wearing a veil, even with the veil covering her face, one could still see the blush on her face and her delicate earlobes. Even after so many years, this little senior sister was still as shy as ever. "Sister Dai Yuan, long time no see." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan again, his eyes sweeping over her face meaningfully. Others might not know what kind of face was hidden under this disgusting face, but Yang Kai was well aware of it. Dai Yuan's figure was indeed exquisite and curvaceous, but her dignified appearance was very off-putting, making it extremely difficult for anyone to have a good impression of her. Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were simply the difference between heaven and earth. Would a divine dragon soaring in the sky ever pay attention to an ant crawling on the ground? As such, almost no one understood why Yang Kai cared so much about Dai Yuan. Facing Yang Kai's greetings, Dai Yuan just nodded lightly, not showing much enthusiasm. Gong Aofu smiled from the side. Subordinate heard from Great Elder that Sect Master has been wandering around Shadowed Star these past few months. "Did you gain anything?" "Just looking at the scenery, how could I gain anything?" Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. Sect Master and his two wives are a perfect match made in heaven. It seems that traveling hand in hand was the greatest gain. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and Xia Ning Chong before smiling knowingly. Although they knew that Gong Aofu was trying to flatter them, the three of them didn't feel any disgust. "I wonder why Sect Master has come to Colored Glass Sect today. Are you simply here to enjoy the scenery? If that is the case, Subordinate will do his best to arrange for you. My Grand Crystal Mountain scenery is also quite good." "That's not it," Yang Kai shook his head. "I came here this time because I have a presumptuous request to make." "Please speak freely, Sect Master." Gong Aofu smiled tenderly. "Without Sect Master's care, my Colored Glass Sect would have long since ceased to exist. If Sect Master has any request for Colored Glass Sect, it is Colored Glass Sect's honor. Why would you need to make such a presumptuous request?" Seeing her being so straightforward, Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll be frank. I came here to ask for some 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Your 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain hasn't been destroyed by corpse spirit religion, right? 1,000 illusion-colored glass?" Gong Aofu raised her brow. "The 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is a world wonder, so corpse spirit religion's people can't destroy it. However, if Sect Master wants the 1,000 illusion-colored glass, it will be a little difficult. My Colored Glass Sect has been accumulating for so many years, but we only have 2 or 3 ounces of it. Is that enough for Sect Master?" 3 taels is too little." Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "Then, should we have Dai Yuan use her secret technique to mine some?" Gong Aofu asked. In the entire Colored Glass Sect, only Dai Yuan, who cultivated a special secret technique, was able to refine 1,000 illusion-colored glass and extract this strange material. As such, even if Colored Glass Sect possessed a rare treasure like 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, they had never been able to use it. It had to be said that this was indeed a tragedy. Disciple can't mine much, but I think Yang Kai will have his own way. Dai Yuan looked towards Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "Impudence!" Gong Aofu shouted, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring at Dai Yuan majestically. "How dare you call Sect Master by his name?" Although her tone was reproachful, all her attention was focused on Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of anger, Gong Aofu relaxed. "It doesn't matter. Sister Dai Yuan and I are already familiar with each other, so calling her by name isn't a big deal. Yang Kai smiled. Dai Yuan grit her teeth and shot a rebuking glare towards Yang Kai. Before corpse spirit religion swept across Shadowed Star, she and Yang Kai had already been friends and had always referred to him as such. But now, this guy had leapt to the top and was actually able to command her honored master. Dai Yuan felt extremely awkward at this. Sect master is magnanimous. Subordinate has neglected to teach Dai Yuan. Gong Aofu bowed and changed the subject. Does sect master have a way to mine 1,000 illusion-colored glass himself? Yang Kai nodded. In that case, it's much more convenient. Sect master can mine as much as he wants. In any case, we don't know how to use 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. Please follow me, sect master. Saying so, Gong Aofu immediately led the way forward. Yang Kai, Su Yan, and Xia Ningchang hurriedly followed. The cultivator from Colored Glass Sect was also very curious about what method Yang Kai was going to use to mine 1,000 illusion-colored glass. So naturally, they followed suit, wanting to see what was going on. You fool! In Su Dai looked at the departing crowd and approached Dai Yuan with a look of disappointment. When sect master took the initiative to greet you, why did you have such a cold look on your face? What should I have done? Stick to him? Dai Yuan glanced over at her. In Su Dai was rendered speechless for a moment, but after thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly giggled. If it were me, I would have stuck to him. He is the most powerful person on Shadowed Star. Taking the initiative to stick to him isn't embarrassing. You wish, but do you think you can compare to those two women beside him? Dai Yuan looked at In Su Dai contemptuously. In Su Dai was startled, recalling the graceful bearing of Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. She couldn't help feeling like she had been dwarfed by these two. Su Yan didn't need to be mentioned. The cold aura she gave off was extremely powerful, making In Su Dai feel a great deal of pressure. With Su Yan around, In Su Dai didn't even have the courage to speak to Yang Kai. Even that extremely delicate woman with a veil on her face had a holy and inviolable temperament. It was a temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. So what if I can't compare? As long as sect master is happy, I still have a chance. In Su Dai coldly snorted. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Dai Yuan rolled her eyes at her before her figure flickered, and she also followed the crowd. Idiot senior sister, you ugly woman. In Su Dai cursed behind her as she bared her fangs. Dai Yuan simply ignored her. 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was a small mountain composed of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. It was extremely heavy and looked simple, but in fact 1,000 illusion-colored glass gave off an innate colored glass divine light. Colored glass divine light had the miraculous effect of restraining the 5 elements and restraining one's soul. Dai Yuan had given Yang Kai a colored glass bead that had formed in her body after she swallowed 1,000 illusion-colored glass, similar to the monster beast's monster core. Yang Kai had refined it and merged it with his demon eye of annihilation, greatly increasing its power. In addition, 1,000 illusion-colored glass had a strange ability to transform into thousands of different forms. It was rumored that if one used 1,000 illusion-colored glass to refine an artifact, it could transform into many different forms when facing an enemy, making it impossible for them to guard against. Chapter 1728. When High Heaven Sect's Origin King-grade starship was refined, a large amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass was added to it. Not only did this greatly improve the starship's defense, but it could also be controlled by the spirit arrays inside the starship. When sailing through the star field, the starship could disguise itself as a meteorite to confuse the enemy. Only Yang Inflammation could accomplish such a feat. No artifact refiner in the entire Starry Sky territory could refine so much 1,000 illusion-colored glass into a starship. In front of 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai simply released the stone mongoose and let it mine on its own. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed it to devour various rare minerals and refine their essence. Since 1,000 illusion-colored glass was classified as a type of mineral, it was inevitable that it would be restrained by the stone mongoose. Even the stone mountain in the blood prison territory had been hollowed out by the stone mongoose. So how could Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain resist the stone mongoose's demonic claws? Under the astonished gazes of Gong Ao Fu and the others, the stone mongoose quickly arrived in front of Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain, opened its mouth wide, and began to chew on the Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Asterisk ka 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 ka. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as the stone mongoose gnawed a hole in Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short time, a large chunk of this Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain, which had been a hindrance to colored glass sect for thousands of years, was missing. The cultivator of colored glass sect were all dumbfounded. A moment later, the stone mongoose's entire body had drilled into Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Although it was impossible to see what it was doing inside, the crunching sounds continued to ring out. It was easy to imagine that as this sound rang out, it must have devoured a large amount of Thousand Illusion-colored glass. Sect Master, this puppet creature actually has such a magical ability? Gong Ao Fu exclaimed. She knew about the existence of the stone mongoose, after all, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain. She had also observed it from a distance. However, at that time, the stone mongoose had only transformed into a stone giant and wielded the heaven-shaking pillar in an indomitable manner. But to his surprise, the stone mongoose was not only strong, it could also easily eat the illusion glass. It is a very special existence. It has helped me a lot, Yang Kai answered casually. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before adding, I need quite a lot of myriad illusion glass. Sect Master is free to do as he pleases, even if you have to take away the entire Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Gong Ao Fu did not wait for him to finish speaking, and took the initiative to express her stance. That's not necessary, Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. This Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain isn't small, so I'll only take 1%. It's definitely enough. If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for 2 to 3 days. If Sect Master doesn't mind, why don't you go to the main peak to rest first? Come back in 2 to 3 days. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Gong Ao Fu immediately arranged everything and personally led him, Su Yan, and Xia Ning Chang to the main peak, where they lived in the best palace. She also did not arrange any banquets for Yang Kai, because she knew that Yang Kai did not care about such things, and only ordered the sect's disciples to serve him wholeheartedly, and not to disturb him when Yang Kai did not need them. 3 days later, everything was in order. The stone mongoose had been swallowing the Thousand Illusion-colored glass for 3 days. Its belly was now somewhat round and rolling, a clear indication of how much it had eaten. Yang Kai had it spit out the Thousand Illusion-colored glass. After putting it into his space ring, Yang Kai bid farewell to Gong Ao Fu. Before leaving, Yang Kai left behind some origin-grade artifacts and some origin-grade spirit pills for colored glass sect. Whether it was origin-grade artifacts or origin-grade spirit pills, they were all extremely precious treasures on Shadowed Star. Gong Ao Fu was naturally overjoyed and led the sect's elders and elite disciples to respectfully send off Yang Kai. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect. In the square of the main hall, a brand new space array was arranged under the direction of Yang Kai. This space array was somewhat different from the ones Yang Kai had arranged on Shadowed Star before. The main difference was that it occupied a smaller area, but the overall space array gave off a more dignified feeling. This was a space array that could carry out ultra-long distance stars transmission. It was also the space array Yang Kai was using to locate High Heaven Sect. Just like before, with this space array as a foundation, Yang Kai only needed to arrange another space array on a nearby star and locate it. Then he could perform the transmission. At this point, High Heaven Sect's 2 major space arrays had been completed. One was arranged outside High Heaven Sect and was used to communicate with all of Shadowed Star, while the other was a newly arranged space array. In the future, it would connect to some part of Shadowed Star's territory, something Yang Kai was looking forward to. Over the past 3 months, the entire High Heaven Sect had exhausted all of its resources, but only managed to collect less than 2,000 space spirit crystals for Yang Kai. These space spirit crystals were almost all of Shadowed Star's reserves, unless there were undiscovered space spirit crystal lodes. According to Yang Kai's estimation, these space spirit crystals should be enough to arrange 3 or 4 space arrays in Shadowed Star's territory. After arranging all the trivial matters and saying goodbye to his family and friends, Yang Kai went to the 6th layer of the Lu Yin sand field again and chatted with Yang Yen for a while before summoning his star shuttle and flying off. Inside High Heaven Sect, tens of thousands of people looked up and watched as the streak of light soared into the sky and finally disappeared from sight. Be careful on the way. Su Yen and Xia Ning Chang stood on different peaks as they silently wished each other the best of luck. Outside Shadowed Star's 1,000,000 kilometer radius, the invisible star field territory was filled with astral winds. Here large and small star field storms gathered, raged, annihilated, then reformed again. This cycle repeated itself. The fast-moving meteorite sea could smash any warrior or battleship that dared to enter this place to pieces. This was one of Shadowed Star's barriers. Shadowed Star's cultivator called it the Dead Territory. This dead territory was 1 million kilometers away and surrounded Shadowed Star, preventing anyone from leaving Shadowed Star or entering this place. If this was all there was to it, it would not have been enough to stop Origin Kings. Even if Shadowed Star was remote, there would always be Origin Kings who would come here over the past 10,000 years. However, inside this dead territory, there was something that could cause even Origin Kings to pale. Emperor pressure. Only Emperor pressure could cause Origin Kings to shrink back. The last time Yang Kai took Qian Tong and the others out of Shadowed Star, he had relied on the powerful defenses of the Origin King grade starship to rush out of this place. But this time, he was alone and had left the Origin King grade starship in High Heaven Sect as a precaution. Yang Kai could only rely on himself. He did not know how this dead territory was formed before, but after listening to Yang Inflammation talk about so many ancient secrets, he clearly realized that this dead territory was the battlefield left behind by the battle between Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor. As such, this place was filled with Emperor pressure and was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, although Emperor pressure was terrifying, it was not the first time Yang Kai had experienced it. When the Emperor Garden opened, he had used this Emperor pressure to integrate his space force into his Sure. Yang Kai was confident that his resistance to Emperor pressure was not inferior to anyone. Rushing straight into this dead territory, Yang Kai dodged the asteroids that came from all directions. The invisible astral wind blew on him like sharp blades, cutting his body. Dazzling sparks sputtered, making ear-piercing screeching noises that made people grind their teeth. A 5-colored glow bloomed around Yang Kai's body, as he used his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to protect himself. Coupled with the constant consumption of Shadowed Heaven pills, Yang Kai's current physical strength had already been sublimated to an unimaginable level. The invisible astral winds, which even Origin Kings feared, could not hurt him at all. Occasionally, the asteroids that hit him would be torn apart in an instant. Yang Kai rushed into one of the dead territory storms without fear, and a storm so huge that it seemed capable of swallowing whole stars soon submerged his figure. But it was not long before Yang Kai rushed out from the other side of the storm safely. Cutting through all obstacles in his way, Yang Kai was unstoppable. Yang Kai even had the leisure to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor pressure in this dead territory. This was far more helpful to his growth and improvement than absorbing the energy in the territory stones. Yang Kai's Sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his Saint Chi physical body and soul had all reached the peak of the Origin returning realm. If not for the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai could also try to break through the shackles of the Origin King realm and achieve the prestige of an Origin King. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's gains became greater and greater. However, Yang Kai soon discovered some problems. Comprehending the Emperor pressure in this dead territory was indeed a rare experience. But Yang Kai always felt that this Emperor pressure was too profound and difficult to comprehend. It was not as easy to grasp as the energy in the territory stones. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai understood. He was now at the peak of the Origin returning realm, And the next realm was the Origin King realm. After the Origin King realm, there was a higher realm. Above this higher realm was the Yang Inflammation realm, where he could obtain Emperor Pressure. Right now, comprehending the Emperor Pressure was indeed a bit too far away. Just like a child who had yet to learn how to crawl, he had to stand up and walk. Naturally, he would not be able to do it. It seemed that it would be best for Yang Kai to enter this dead territory after reaching the Origin King realm. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time and rushed straight forward. Yang Kai had a star in his knowledge sea, so there was no need to worry about getting lost in this vast territory. Through this star, Yang Kai could roughly estimate the distance between different stars and shadowed star, making it easier for him to choose a location to arrange a space array. One day a year later, Yang Kai landed on an icy dead star. There were innumerable dead stars in the entire star field. Perhaps after hundreds of millions of years, some of these dead stars would be able to derive world laws and give birth to life. However, this was too far away. Most dead stars, from their birth to their destruction, would remain in this desolate and lonely state. After landing, Yang Kai did not immediately rest, but instead searched the surrounding 300,000 kilometers. After determining that there was no aura of life here, Yang Kai found a valley-like terrain and prepared to arrange the first space array here. This space array would become an indispensable hub for Shadowed Star to contact the outside world. Chapter 1729. The stone mongoose was released by Yang Kai and allowed to move about on its own. Over the past year, Yang Kai had occasionally landed on some dead stars, and every time he did so, he would release the stone mongoose and let it explore to see if there were any other gains. The stone mongoose did not disappoint him. With its innate talent, it could often find some rare minerals. However, there were not many of them, so Yang Kai did not care much about them and simply ordered it to refine and absorb them on its own. By absorbing the essence of these minerals, the stone mongoose could strengthen itself and become stronger. The stone mongoose's small body soon disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. He then took out a variety of things from his space ring and began to arrange the space array. The mountain valley he chose was not small, and if one looked down from the void, it would look like a hole in this dead star. Yang Kai chose a spot close to the rock wall and began to melt various materials and minerals in his hands, taking on various shapes. One after another, large and small parts appeared and piled up around Yang Kai. These things were the foundation of arranging a space array. As long as they were completely refined and assembled together, then poured space force into them to inscribe the space array's array diagram, the process would be complete. This was not the first time Yang Kai had done this. Before leaving Shadowed Star, he had personally arranged an ultra-long distance space array that could cross stars, so this was not a difficult task for him. All he needed was time. With no one to help him, Yang Kai had to deal with this alone. The time it took was indeed a bit too long. It took about 15 days for Yang Kai to complete the space array. The space array was arranged close to the rock wall, and if one did not search carefully, they would not be able to find it. However, this was not enough to ensure the safety of the space array. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into the space array in front of him, the color of the space array began to change, and soon, it looked exactly the same as the surrounding Earth. At first glance, it looked like this. This space array was like a part of the Earth. Only when one looked at it closely would they find some clues. Before leaving, Yang Kai hadn't gone to Colored Glass Sect to ask for so much 1,000 illusion colored glass without any purpose. The main reason he wanted this 1,000 illusion colored glass was to add it to his space array, increase the concealment of the formation. Although this was a dead star, who could guarantee that no cultivator would come here? If the formation was too obvious, and someone discovered it, it would be troublesome. However, things were different with the 1,000 illusion colored glass. The 1,000 illusion colored glass could transform into a myriad of forms. It was extremely easy for Yang Kai to enhance the concealment of the array by refining it into the array. Furthermore, with the addition of the myriad illusion colored glass, the stability of the formation was greatly enhanced. As such, Even if there were some meteors or storms, they wouldn't be able to destroy the formation. He investigated the area. After confirming that there were no problems with his arrangement, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Only then did he begin to inscribe the formation diagram inside the formation. As the formation diagram was completed, Yang Kai once again poured his space force into it. The formation hummed in an instant. Yang Kai raised his brow as a look of joy appeared on his face. This movement meant that the spirit array arranged by Yang Kai had been connected to the One in High Heaven sect. But whether or not it could be transferred over remained to be tested and verified. Naturally, he could only do this himself. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if the transmission went wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he could just rely on his space force to tear through the void and rush out through a void crack. After calling out to the stone mongoose in his mind, Yang Kai stood in place and waited quietly. After a full day, the stone mongoose finally arrived. If not for the special connection between Yang Kai and it, and knowing that it was safe and sound, he would have thought that it had met with an accident and died here. Yang Kai glared at it, but just as he was about to reprimand it, his eyes suddenly fixed on the stone mongoose's stomach. The stone mongoose's stomach was rolling. At a glance, it was obvious that this guy had swallowed a lot of minerals in the past half a month, and a lot of minerals at that. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for its bottomless stomach to become like this. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. This was because the dead stars he encountered along the way were extremely barren. Some of them didn't even have anything of value. It could be said that they were barren lands. But now, the stone mongoose had harvested so many minerals from this dead star. It was obvious that although there was no world energy here, there were definitely minerals. And the minerals that caught the stone mongoose's eyes were definitely not cheap. "Spit them out for me to see," Yang Kai said to the stone mongoose. The stone puppet scratched its head and did not hesitate, opening its mouth and pouring out a pile of different-sized ores that exuded a variety of colors. These ores then piled up higher and higher, gradually forming a small hill. After spitting them out, it patted its shriveled belly with an innocent look on its face. "This is..." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at a basin-sized rock that was giving off a silver glow. Stepping forward and reaching out to touch it, he released his divine sense to investigate it and muttered, "Heavenly isolating silver?" Today's Yang Kai was no longer the young boy he used to be. After so many years of wandering and experience, he had developed extraordinary eyesight and profound knowledge. While he didn't dare say he knew all the cultivation materials in the star territory, he could at least recognize most of them. This basin-sized silver was obviously an origin-grade high-rank material, heavenly isolating silver. If this thing was added to an artifact, it could greatly improve the flexibility of the artifact. As a result, it would be difficult for an artifact to be damaged in battle. Simply put, heavenly isolating silver was a supplementary material that could be added when refining artifacts. It could be added to any artifact. It was a versatile material. A cultivator would view their artifacts as extremely precious. So if a material that could improve the performance of an artifact appeared, it would inevitably cause a scramble. Heavenly isolating silver was such a material, and its value was not low. A pigeon egg-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver could sell for at least 100,000 high-rank Saint crystals. A basin-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver was worth at least a few million high-rank Saint crystals. Before Yang Kai could recover from his shock, his eyes were attracted to another piece of ore that was giving off a golden glow. Profound aura spirit. 5-colored sand. Blue phoenix tear iron. There are so many Saint crystals? Yang Kai checked them one by one, and after a while, he was completely shocked by the harvest of the stone mongoose over the past half a month. Silently estimating the value of the pile of things in front of him, Yang Kai found that the stone mongoose's harvest in half a month was almost equivalent to the entire treasury of a mid-level sect on Shadowed Star. All of these ores in front of him were excellent materials for refining artifacts, and some of them had even reached the level of Origin King grade. But what Yang Kai couldn't figure out was that the stone mongoose had actually swallowed a large number of Saint crystals. It was understandable that so many ores would appear on this dead star. But there was no world energy here. So how could Saint crystals be produced? Saint crystals were generally only produced on cultivation stars with rich world energy and life. They would never appear on a dead star. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as two completely different guesses appeared in the depths of his heart. Without hesitation, he asked the stone mongoose to swallow the ores in front of him again. "Where did you find these? Take me to see them." The stone mongoose didn't say a word as it used its hands and feet to lead the way. 100,000 kilometers away from the valley where Yang Kai set up the space array, there was a pothole-like cave. After the stone mongoose came here, it directly jumped down. Yang Kai followed closely behind. When he set up the space array before, he had checked the surrounding 300,000 kilometers and didn't find any danger. But he didn't pay much attention to a cave like this. The stone mongoose had obviously found something good inside. The cave seemed to be very deep, and as Yang Kai descended, the only sound he could hear was a strong wind blowing past his ears. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid and simply released his divine sense to investigate the situation below. Even if it was pitch black, he could still see clearly. After descending for about 3,000 meters, they reached the bottom of the cave. After stepping foot on the ground, Yang Kai immediately expanded his divine sense to check the surroundings. After this investigation, he was immediately shocked. This underground was not the desolate catacombs that he had imagined. Instead, it was a gigantic space that was so huge that even his divine telekinesis could not scan the ends of it. The air was a little dry, but it didn't affect his breathing. However, under the divine sense of Yang Kai, he was surprised to find that in this space, there were ruins of collapsed buildings that extended into the distance. This was actually a ruin. Judging from the style of the buildings, this ruin had obviously existed for a very long time. It was very likely that it was left behind tens of thousands of years ago, and this ruin was obviously the headquarters of a large sect. Just as I thought. Although Yang Kai looked surprised, he was extremely calm inside. Everything was similar to what he had guessed. After discovering that the stone mongoose had brought back a large number of saint crystals, Yang Kai guessed two possibilities. The first possibility was that this dead star was developing its own world principles and was on the verge of forming them. A dead star of this level wouldn't give off any clues from the outside, but it would produce saint crystals on the inside. These saint crystals would continue to emit world energy for countless years to come, filling the dead star's heavens and earth, gradually making the dead star habitable. This was also the process of a dead star evolving into a cultivation star. Such a dead star could be considered a newborn among stars. However, Yang Kai didn't detect any traces of world principles in this dead star. If that was the case, then this possibility was unlikely to be true. The other conjecture was more likely. A long time ago, this dead star was not a dead star, but a real cultivation star. However, due to some unforeseen events, the laws of this dead star collapsed, and its spiritual energy dissipated, turning it into its current state. If Tongxian realm didn't make any changes, it would likely become a dead star in a few thousand years or so. Chapter 1730. People are born, grow old, get sick and die, and stars are no exception. Although Yang Kai didn't know what caused this place to become a dead star, he could tell from the materials brought back by the stone mongoose that this place used to be a rich and beautiful place a long time ago. The ruins in front of him should have been the headquarters of some sect back in the day. A call came from not far away, interrupting Yang Kai's thoughts. He turned his head and was surprised to find that it was the stone mongoose calling for him. Yang Kai nodded gently, and his figure flickered as he chased after it. Along the way, Yang Kai checked his surroundings from time to time. Soon, he found that there was no danger in this place. Because there was no world energy in this place. Even if there were remnants of a spirit array in this ruin, even if it was intact, it couldn't be activated. In other words, this ruin was extremely safe. After a while, the stone mongoose brought Yang Kai to a place that looked like a storeroom. There were a lot of minerals, some jade bottles, and other miscellaneous things piled up here. It was obvious that those jade bottles contained spirit pills. Yang Kai picked up a few jade bottles and checked them. He found that the spirit pills in them had long lost their world energy and turned into ashes, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Some of the worthless things were obviously herbs. After countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, their medicinal properties had faded, and they had become useless. There were also a lot of saint crystals, but because they weren't stored properly, they were basically useless. The saint crystals that the stone mongoose swallowed were probably all the useful saint crystals in here. In such a storeroom, the only valuable things left were the minerals. Minerals were durable, and even if they weren't stored in a special way, they wouldn't lose their efficacy. In the storeroom, there were still several times more minerals than the stone mongoose had swallowed. All of them were rare and valuable. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected all the ores into his space ring. Then, he continued to explore the surroundings with the stone mongoose. After a day, he finished exploring the entire ruin. He didn't find anything special. Most of the valuable things in the ruins were probably kept in the warehouse. Even the spatial rings on the skeletons had long since collapsed due to the lack of nourishment from the world's spirit energy. Everything stored inside had been destroyed. However, Yang Kai discovered that the ruins were only the tip of the iceberg in this huge underground space. It was as if there was another world underground. It occupied an extremely vast area. He decided to explore it. After leaving the ruins, Yang Kai flew forward for less than half a day and arrived in front of a desolate mountain range. Within the mountain range there were countless mines. After arriving here, the stone mongoose, who had been following Yang Kai closely, showed an eager expression, as if it was very interested in the interior of the mountain range. There are minerals inside. Yang Kai turned to look at it. The stone mongoose is very sensitive to minerals. The more valuable something was, the more it could arouse its desire. Just like how wolves and dogs were born with a keen sense of smell, the stone mongoose had a unique sense of smell when it came to minerals. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the stone mongoose quickly nodded. "Let's go and have a look." Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. Shang-Chi wrapped the stone mongoose and rushed into the mountain range. After a while, Yang Kai's low voice came from the mine. "Annihilation crystal lode." There was indeed a lode here, and it was an extremely rare annihilation crystal lode. Annihilation crystal could not be used to refine artifacts because it was extremely resistant to the world's spirit energy. It could be said that it was incompatible with the world's spirit energy. If it was used to refine artifacts, no one would be able to use it. No one was able to use it, and the artifact was completely destroyed. However, there was no doubt that it was precious. It was because of its natural resistance to spirit energy that it could be used to set up spirit arrays. The spirit array arranged with annihilation crystals could restrict a cultivator from using their Saint Chi. So if they were to accidentally fall into it, they would lose their life. If one accidentally fell into it, it would be similar to the Serene Soul Island, where one could only rely on their physical strength. The famous Annihilation Solitary Void Array required annihilation crystals as its array core. If a cultivator could not use their Saint Chi or artifacts, could they still be called a cultivator? The residents of Shadowed Soul Island used Shadowed Heaven pills to temper their physiques, allowing them to survive in that kind of environment. But not every cultivator had a pill like Shadowed Heaven pill, and not every cultivator focused on tempering their physique. The Annihilation Solitary Void Array could be said to be the nemesis of almost every cultivator. Even if an Origin King Realm Master fell into it, they would inevitably be disgraced. Although this spirit array was powerful, annihilation crystals were extremely rare. But here, there was an annihilation crystal lode, and judging from the exposed crystals on the stone walls, this lode was actually rich. There were 3 grades of ore veins: rich ore veins, ordinary ore veins, and poor ore veins. Each grade had its own unique evaluation criteria. Generally speaking, a lode that reached the rich grade only needed to be casually mined to collect the corresponding minerals. The value of such lodes was astonishing, and they were extremely rare. Yang Kai had not expected that he would actually find a rich annihilation crystal lode here. The stone mongoose had already rushed up and began swallowing, swallowing countless annihilation crystals in a short time. Kai Yang didn't hesitate and rushed forward to loot the area. Although this place was affected by the annihilation crystal, and Saint Chi was greatly suppressed, Yang Kai's physical strength was extremely strong, so his mining speed was only slightly slower than the stone mongooses. In less than a day, Yang Kai had mined at least 500 annihilation crystals. As for the one swallowed by the stone mongoose, it was simply impossible to calculate. 500 annihilation crystals were enough to arrange a spirit array to cover a small sect. But no sect would be stupid enough to do so. If they did, their disciples would not be able to cultivate in the future. They would not be able to sense the world energy. So how could they cultivate? Annihilation crystals were very suitable for arranging spirit arrays in special places, such as certain forbidden areas or traps. The mineral load in the belly of the mountain didn't seem to have decreased at all. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but couldn't help sighing. It was simply unrealistic for him to want to mine this rich lode all by himself. He might have to waste several years of his time here because of this. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai did not continue. He called out to the stone mongoose and led it away from the mountain range to continue exploring. Another day later, under the mysterious senses of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai arrived at another mountain range. Looking at the situation inside, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. He couldn't help but groan. Heavenly Jade Hook. This was a heaven hook jade lode that could nourish one's soul. The heaven-grasping jade was a very special kind of jade that had a dark green hue. When stimulated with Saint Chi, this kind of jade could release a gentle power that nourished one's knowledge sea and strengthened one's spiritual energy. This property was somewhat similar to the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, but its effects were far inferior to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus could exist in a cultivator's knowledge sea, constantly nourishing the cultivator's soul. The reason why Yang Kai's soul was so powerful, it was because of the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years. However, the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, so how could it be obtained so casually? This kind of treasure was something even an Origin King Realm Master coveted. The Heaven Hook Jade was different. Even if it was much lower in grade than the soul-warming lotus, it was still extremely precious. It was one of the best materials for cultivating one's soul. Heaven Hook Jade would occasionally appear in the market of every star, but it would always be snatched up by the cultivator. Heaven Hook Jade was a priceless cultivation material. But here, a Heaven Hook Jade lode actually existed. Judging from the scattered dark green light, this Heaven Hook Jade lode was not too rich, but it was definitely not barren either. It was the grade of a normal lode. As usual, while Yang Kai was in a daze, the stone mongoose had already begun swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's Heaven Hook Jade. Yang Kai didn't collect much, only about 100 pieces of Heaven Hook Jade. He then called out to the stone puppet, who was reluctant to part with him. Yang Kai took it with him and continued to explore. He faintly felt that this dead star he had accidentally landed on seemed to contain unimaginable wealth. 3 days later, Yang Kai discovered another blue phoenix tier iron lode. A month later, Yang Kai had discovered as many as 8 lodes, and one of them was actually a Saint Crystal lode. He did not continue to explore. After a month, he vaguely understood that this dead star was definitely a legendary or star. Every cultivation star had its own world principles. These world principles were generally the same, but there were some subtle differences. These differences would lead to the production of materials on a cultivation star being very different. Perhaps, some stars were suitable for the growth of medicines, and these stars were called medicine stars. Spirit medicines that normally took 100 years to mature would mature in 50, 30, or even 10 years on these medicine stars, greatly reducing the growth time. Some stars were suitable for the growth of minerals, and these stars were called Ore stars. On Ore stars, there were countless rare minerals, a dazzling variety, and extremely rich in resources. In star territory, the most powerful forces all controlled a certain number of Ore stars and medicine stars. For example, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, where Shuiyu belonged, had more than one Ore star and medicine star. It was precisely because of this backing that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could do business throughout star territory and become famous. The dead star Yang Kai discovered was undoubtedly an ore star, and judging from the quantity and quality of the ore veins, even among ore stars, this one was considered top-notch. I've struck gold. If High Heaven Sect can control this ore star, how could it not develop and grow in the future? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he became a little excited. Immediately, without hesitation, Yang Kai began to arrange a space array in the St. Crystal lode he was in, connecting it to the one in the mountain valley on the surface. Because he was not arranging an ultra-long-distance space array that could cross stars, it was undoubtedly much faster. In less than a day, Yang Kai had completed the arrangement. Standing in the middle of the space array, he inserted St. Crystals into the groove at the base of the array. With a flash of white light, Yang Kai arrived at the mountain valley on the surface. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai took out St. Crystals again and inserted them into the cross-cultivation star space array at his feet. Locking onto the light representing shadowed star in the array, he activated it. Chapter 1731. When Yang Kai appeared in the 100-flower garden, Yi Shiyun, who was teaching the little girl Lin Yun her martial skills, was startled for a long time before looking at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Sect Master, why are you back so soon? Did you encounter some kind of danger?" After all, the last time Yang Kai left Shadowed Star, it had taken him 7 or 8 years to return. From Yang Xiaozhu and the others, Yi Shiyun had learned how remote Shadowed Star was, and that it would take several years just to travel back and forth. But now, Yang Kai had only left Shadowed Star a little more than a year ago. So why had he returned at this time? "I found an ore star," Yang Kai replied concisely, sweeping Lin Yun with his divine sense while answering Yi Shiyun's question. Yang Kai was shocked to find that this talented and powerful little girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old this year, had a vitality comparable to that of an origin-returning realm-old monster, who had lived for hundreds of years. Although her petite body looked delicate and weak, every movement she made contained a strength that was difficult to ignore. Compared with the last time Yang Kai saw her outside Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City, Lin Yun had grown more than just a little. Even her body had grown slightly, her small chest stood erect, her legs slender, and her hair was tied up casually behind her head, giving her a valiant appearance. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her, Lin Yun obediently called him Uncle Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "An ore star." Yi Shiyun's eyes lit up. Although she had lived on Shadowed Star for a long time, she had never experienced the wonders of star territory. But that did not mean Yi Shiyun did not know what an ore star represented. It represented wealth, strength, development, and a broad future. This was especially true for a sect. "A richer star?" Yi Shiyun asked with interest. "Very rich, more rich than you can imagine," Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. "I only explored there for a month and found 8 mineral lodes of varying wealth, including the Annihilation Crystal Lode, Blue Phoenix Tear Iron, and Heaven Hook Jade, Piercing Ice Copper, Water Cloud Steel, and a St. Crystal Mine. So many?" Even with Yi Shiyun's calm temperament, she couldn't help being shocked by the news brought back by Yang Kai, her beautiful brow rising slightly as her long eyelashes trembled slightly. "This is only the tip of the iceberg." Yang Kai shook his head. "Is it dangerous there?" "It's not dangerous. It's just a dead star with no heaven and earth spiritual energy," Yang Kai said with a smile. "If it's dangerous, I wouldn't have come back on purpose. I've been searching there for a month. Don't even mention the danger. We didn't even see a single living thing." "Then Sect Master means?" Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. "Naturally, we'll use the entire sect's strength to mine it." Yang Kai grinned. "However, that place is too big, and our High Heaven Sect alone won't be able to swallow it all. Take a look at the sects we've been cooperating with recently, and choose a few reliable ones to share some benefits with. Since this is Sect Master's order, this queen will naturally not refuse, but, although there are a few sects that have been cooperating well with us and follow our lead, we can't give them these benefits for free. we'll have them hand over 30% or 40% of what they mine to High Heaven Sect. Moreover, we'll have to wait until we've established a foothold there before we invite them. Good, Great Elder is very thoughtful. Yang Kai nodded. But Shadow Moon Hall? Shadow Moon Hall is naturally not included. Yi Shiyun pursed her lips and smiled. She also knew that the friendship between Yang Kai and Qian Tong was obviously not something that could be measured in terms of benefits. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go refine some special transmission tokens. Yang Kai finished speaking and immediately left. Because Yang Kai wanted to take many people to the ore star to mine ores this time, the transmission tokens had to be specially refined. Yang Kai spent some time refining 50 special transmission tokens. These transmission tokens were different from the previous ones. Each transmission token could ensure that 50 people could safely pass through the space array arranged by Yang Kai. Moreover, when the transmission tokens were being refined, Yang Kai also asked Yi Shiyin to use her Saint Qi to place a seal on them. As a result, if one wanted to use the transmission token, Yi Shiyin would first have to pour her Saint Qi into it to remove the seal. Although the method of using this transmission token was a bit cumbersome, it could guarantee its safety, and also ensure that if the transmission token fell into the hands of an enemy, that enemy would not be able to use it. All those who wanted to use this transmission token had to first obtain Yi Shiyun's consent. It took Yang Kai a lot of time to refine this special transmission token, and it took him 10 days to complete it. He wanted to see Su Yan and Xia Ningchang again, but to his surprise, Su Yan and Xia Ningchang had both entered retreat. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, after he finished arranging all the major space arrays in the territory of the communication star, he could return at any time, so there was no need to rush things. Qian Tong led a group of elites from Shadow Moon Hall to High Heaven Sect. He was obviously interested in the news from Yi Shiyin, so for this trip, he had dispatched 1,000 disciples. For the Shadow Moon Hall, which was currently recuperating, this number was not small. After arriving at High Heaven Sect and listening to Yang Kai's detailed description of the situation on the dead star, Qian Tong could not wait to say, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. There are so many rare ores, if we can mine them all, it would be difficult for our two forces not to become rich." Does old man Qian want to leave Shadowed Star as soon as possible? Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile. Qian Tong was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. Indeed, this old master has been struck by lightning again these past few days, and as time passes, the world principles here are rejecting this old master more and more. This old master was afraid that if you did not return for a few dozen years, what would happen to me? Now that such an opportunity has presented itself, this old master naturally has to grasp it well. Yang Kai, you can rest assured that this old master will temporarily take charge of the Ur Star. If any blind fools discover it, this old master will deal with them properly. With old man Qian's words, I can truly rest assured. Yang Kai nodded. Standing up, he waved his hand and said, "There's no time to lose, let's set out." In front of High Heaven Sect's cross-cultivation star space array, more than 2,000 cultivators were waiting. Of these 2,000 people, 1,000 were cultivators from Shadow Moon Hall, while the rest were from High Heaven Sect. Everyone's cultivation was not high, but they were all above the Saint King realm, with a few origin-returning realm cultivators mixed in. After all, they were heading to an unknown star. Some masters had to be responsible for their safety. 50 people formed a team. The leader of the team held the transmission token and entered the cross-cultivation star space array under the command of Yi Shiyin. Qian Tong followed the first team. He went ahead to explore. This was to avoid any dangers waiting on the other side. White light flashed constantly. The space array had not stopped since it began operating. In just the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the 2,000 cultivators had disappeared. On the cold and desolate dead star, everyone appeared in a mountain valley. Turning their heads to look around, almost everyone was a little uneasy. For these 2,000 people, it was the first time they had experienced the vastness and horror of a star's territory. This dead star with no world energy and no living creatures made them feel a little depressed. Seeing that Yang Kai was the last to appear, Qian Tong hurriedly rushed over and asked, "Is this the star you were talking about?" It doesn't look very rich." Qian Tong was puzzled. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Dead stars are full of death qi, so how can you see any richness from the outside? The real mystery is here." Saying so, Yang Kai stomped his foot. "Underground? Yes, follow me." Yang Kai beckoned and led the way. The 2,000 people followed closely behind him, keeping a lookout for their surroundings while pushing forward. When they found that there was really no danger here, they slowly relaxed. In a place without world energy, it was indeed very difficult to encounter any danger. After leading 2,000 people through the wilderness for an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the pit and jumped in. The 2,000 people descended in an orderly manner. Soon, everyone was standing in front of the ruins. Listening to Yang Kai talk about his various speculations about these ruins, Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun could not help but sigh. Birth, old age, illness, and death were all part of the heavenly way. Even stars could not escape such a fate, so could a cultivator? Perhaps after many years, they would also turn into a pile of dirt. The current powerful High Heaven sect in Shadow Moon Hall would also become ruins that no one had set foot on for countless years. The expressions of the two could not help but become a little sad. "My idea is to build a camp in this place. In any case, the site is ready-made, so all we need to do is move our hands a bit. With this place as the center, you can spread out to explore the surrounding areas and mine ores. If any disciples need to rest, they can also come back here to rest and recuperate. What do you two think?" Yang Kai pointed to the ruins in front of them and asked. "Good. I think there's no problem," Qian Tong nodded. "And Great Elder?" Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyin again. "Of course I have no problem with that. But the materials to build the houses?" Qian Tong frowned. Yi Shiyin pursed her lips and smiled. "We brought them here. Since Sect Master already had this idea, how could he not have made plans? Before coming here, he had already asked the disciples to prepare everything. Since that's the case, this old master will benefit from this." Qian Tong laughed, turned around and shouted, "Disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, assist the brothers and sisters of High Heaven sect in building houses here. This will be your temporary home from now on." The 1,000 disciples of Shadow Moon Hall roared in response. The ruins that had been deserted for countless years suddenly became lively as 2,000 people shuttled back and forth, using the various materials they had brought to build buildings. Yang Kai began to arrange a space array here. Since this place was going to become a camp, it naturally needed a space array to communicate with the outside. Whether it was the super array in the mountain valley, or the one Yang Kai had left in the mineral lode, they all needed a transfer point to communicate with each other. This way, it would be convenient to mine ores and save the disciples a lot of time. Chapter 1732. 10 days later, a series of houses had been built on top of the original ruins. Because this was a long-term camp, the disciples of the two sects had spared no effort in building it. These houses didn't look very exquisite, but they were very practical. Living here was just like living in their respective sects, except for the slight lack of world energy. However, this wasn't a big problem. If they really wanted to cultivate, they could rely on Saint crystals. Luminous pearls hung at intervals along the path of the ruins, emitting a gentle light. The originally pitch-black ruins were brightly lit, and it was extraordinarily bustling. Yang Kai had already told Qian Tong and Yi Shiyin the locations of the 8 mineral lodes he had explored. As for how the two sects would mine these lodes, Yang Kai didn't bother to worry. Naturally, Qian Tong and Yi Shiyin would be responsible for supporting him. If they needed more manpower, they could replenish them from Shadowed Star at any time. Yang Kai had already arranged everything for them. Not only that, after everything was settled and the disciples began mining, Yang Kai went out alone and arranged 3 space arrays in different locations within a radius of 10 million kilometers. In the next few decades, these space arrays arranged by Yang Kai would ensure that any cultivator from Shadowed Star could easily move about within 10 million kilometers. A month later, Yang Kai prepared to leave. After all, his original intention was to establish a connection between Shadowed Star and the outside world. Discovering this or star was just an accidental harvest. Since this place was already on the right track, there was no point in him staying. Standing in the ruins, Yang Kai called out to the stone mongoose in his heart. He had never taken the stone mongoose back, because this place was simply a paradise for the stone mongoose. By swallowing various rare minerals, the stone mongoose could strengthen itself. If it swallowed enough of the same type of mineral, it could even evolve its own divine technique. For example, its lava armor. This was the ability it obtained after swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. As soon as the lava armor appeared, no one could approach within a 10-meter radius, as the scorching heat was enough to force even origin-returning realm masters to retreat. After all, there were a lot of minerals on the Ur star. No matter how much the stone mongoose swallowed, it wouldn't be able to swallow much. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to it these days. However, when he tried to call out to the stone mongoose, he realized that the stone mongoose had gone down to an unknown depth. He wondered if it had found something good. Sensing Yang Kai's call, the stone mongoose slowly crawled up from below. An hour later, the stone mongoose reappeared in front of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. The stone mongoose didn't seem to be in the right state. Before the stone puppet grew up, it had always been a simple-minded and foolish creature. Because its intelligence was not high, it could be seen from its appearance. But at this moment, it seemed to be even more dazed, and even the original charm in its eyes had disappeared. It walked like a fool. It swayed and staggered as if it was drunk. Yang Kai was taken aback, thinking that the stone mongoose had swallowed something it shouldn't have, and had an accident. But after carefully inspecting it, he was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong with the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose wasn't in an accident. Its physical condition was better than it had ever been. What's more, Yang Kai also noticed a special and strange power in its body. This power was familiar, just like the world principles he had sensed when he refined Shadowed Star's star source and became its star master. Principle strength? Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. Hurriedly, he examined it more carefully. After a long time, he withdrew his divine sense with a gloomy expression. He wasn't mistaken. There was indeed a trace of principle strength in the stone mongoose's body, but it was very faint compared to the principles of Shadowed Star. The difference was like heaven and earth. But in the end, principles were still principles. They were territory that even Origin Kings couldn't touch. So, how could there be a trace of principle strength in the stone mongoose's body? Recalling its previous location, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a bold guess emerged in his heart. You swallowed and refined this dead star source? It actually still has a source? The stone mongoose raised its hazy eyes and looked at Yang Kai blankly, then lifted one of its feet, spun a few times on the spot, and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he realized that the stone mongoose wasn't in any danger. It was just that the faint trace of principle strength was a little difficult for it to digest, causing it some discomfort, so he put it into his space ring. However, this was still beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Moreover, it was truly surprising that such a dead star still had a trace of its source. It was impossible for a dead star to have a source because without world energy, there would be no world principles. So naturally, there would be no source. It was just like how after a person died, their body would rot, and their Tao would disappear. But there were always exceptions. According to Yang Kai's previous speculation, this dead star was originally rich, but after hundreds of millions of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, it gradually died. It wasn't impossible to say that it still had a trace of its source. Before this, the stone mongoose had obviously run deep underground to refine the trace of its source. This was its own good fortune. If it had been the source of a real cultivation star, the stone mongoose wouldn't have been able to refine it. This kind of refinement was completely different from when Yang Kai became a star master. The relationship between a star master and a cultivation star was closely related, sharing both honor and disgrace. After Yang Kai became a star master, Shadowed Star's source still existed and had a mysterious connection with him, allowing him to have many conveniences on Shadowed Star that others didn't have. But the stone mongoose directly swallowed and absorbed the source it refined. The source it refined was gone, and only became its capital. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he was sure that his guess was correct. Since the stone mongoose was fine, Yang Kai was no longer so worried. After saying goodbye to Qian Tong and Yi Shiyin, he left the Ur Star and continued on his journey. Moving forward in the territory of a star was lonely and boring, especially when there was no cultivation star in the vicinity. Through the star, Yang Kai was able to confirm that the nearest cultivation star was at least a year's journey away. He wasn't in a hurry, and would occasionally land on a moving asteroid, cultivating while letting the asteroid carry him forward. Sometimes he would go to a certain dead star to see if he could find anything else. However, a dead star was a dead star after all. Yang Kai investigated many dead stars in a row, but didn't find anything. It was really an accident that he had made such a big discovery last time. That kind of accident shouldn't happen a second time. However, on one of the dead stars that he passed by, he left another hidden super teleportation formation that was connected to the previous one. During this time, the stone mongoose had been sleeping in his space ring, not moving at all. But Yang Kai was keenly aware that there seemed to be a thick layer of impurities around the stone mongoose's body, slowly wrapping it up and forming a cocoon-like thing. It was just like the state of the stone mongoose before it was born. The stone mongoose can evolve. While Yang Kai was suspicious, he was also looking forward to seeing what kind of changes the stone mongoose would undergo when it broke out of its cocoon. After cultivating these days, Yang Kai had also faintly noticed a barrier. It was the shackles of the Origin King realm. Only by breaking through this barrier could one become an Origin King. At this time, if he could find a cultivation star and enter retreat for a year or so, Yang Kai was confident that he could give it a try and see if he could successfully break through. On this day, Yang Kai habitually checked the stone mongoose's situation. Because the stone mongoose hadn't shown any signs of activity in the past year, Yang Kai basically checked every once in a while. Until now, the stone mongoose hadn't shown any abnormalities. But this time, he clearly felt that the stone mongoose was showing signs of breaking out of its cocoon. Overjoyed, Yang Kai wanted to find a place to stay for a while and wait for the stone mongoose to complete its evolution. After looking around, Yang Kai rushed straight towards a nearby asteroid sea. This asteroid sea was quietly suspended in the void, showing no signs of moving, so it was a good place to stop. But when Yang Kai approached the asteroid sea, he suddenly frowned. He sensed the auras of other living beings hidden in this asteroid sea, and there was more than one of them. Although these auras were hidden, each one was extremely powerful, indicating that they were all Origin returning realm masters. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to discover them. This group of people was hiding here stealthily, so it was obvious they were up to something. Yang Kai felt his bad luck and didn't want to be involved in this muddy water, so he turned around and left. However, just as his figure moved, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in the distance, and immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot straight towards him from behind an asteroid. This beam of light contained an unimaginably terrifying power, and even though it was several dozen kilometers away, it still arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. An Origin King Realm Master. Yang Kai's face sank. An Origin King Realm Master was actually hiding in this asteroid sea. Even he hadn't noticed it just now. Although with his current strength, Yang Kai was invincible under the Origin King Realm. Facing an Origin King Realm Master, he didn't dare lower his guard. The Origin King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm were completely different existences. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters who were stuck at the Origin King Realm for their entire lives, unable to advance. The other party suddenly attacking was obviously intending to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. However, This person had clearly underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai let out a long roar, stretched out his hand, and condensed 100 golden blood threads from his golden blood. These 100 golden blood threads twisted and wriggled, intertwining with each other, and forming a golden shield behind Yang Kai. Chapter 1733. Kong. A loud bang rang out and golden light splashed as Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air. The blood shield formed from the 100 golden blood threads he was so proud of was unable to completely block this blow, a fact that shocked him greatly. However, this momentary confrontation allowed him to clearly see what had attacked him. It was a long spear, one that was 10 meters long and as thick as a baby's arm. This long spear gave off an extremely extraordinary aura, an Origin King grade artifact. Although the main body of this artifact was blocked by the blood shield, the power that leaked out of the spear was unable to be completely blocked and invaded Yang Kai's body, instantly causing him to feel as if he had been pierced by countless needles. His meridians and flesh were in extreme pain as his face suddenly distorted. With the cultivation of the one who launched this sneak attack, and the terrifying power of this spear, an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master would indeed have been killed immediately, but Yang Kai's foundation was incredibly strong, so he only suffered some minor injuries. Since leaving Shadowed Star, this was the first time he had found a place with people, but he had never expected to be attacked by an Origin King with an Origin King grade artifact. Yang Kai's heart burned with anger as he turned his head, and, like an enraged beast, glared fiercely at the asteroid sea before quickly flying off into the distance and disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the spear that attacked Yang Kai, it flew back the way it came and fell into the hands of a middle-aged man standing on a huge asteroid. This middle-aged man had a gloomy appearance and was tall and wore a navy blue robe. Where he stood, a cold aura filled the air. No one dared to approach within a 10-meter radius of him. Holding his artifact, the middle-aged man showed a look of surprise on his face, as if he had not expected that his blow would fail to kill Yang Kai. Interesting. Not only did he discover your hiding place early on, but he also managed to survive this king's blow. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. The gloomy middle-aged man sneered as he glanced in the direction Yang Kai had fled and asked, "Do any of you know that person?" Around him stood at least 20 Origin returning realm masters. Moreover, all of them were masters at least at the second-order Origin returning realm. Not a single one of them was a first-order Origin realm master. Hearing this question, all of them looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they did not know Yang Kai. Since you don't know him, then he's not from there. Looks like he's really just passing by. The malicious-looking middle-aged man pondered for a moment. However, this matter is of great importance. We can't afford to make the slightest mistake. Even if he's just passing by, we can't let him go. Master, I took a blow from you. Will he be able to survive? Someone beside him asked. All of them had witnessed the strike that the malicious middle-aged man had executed, and none of them were confident that they would be able to survive after receiving such a strike. Although Yang Kai did not know the origins of the other party, he was obviously just an Origin returning realm cultivator, so there was naturally no exception. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Zhangfu Ludong, go and bring his corpse back to me, the middle-aged man ordered. He obviously believed that Yang Kai was dead for sure, and even if he could escape, he would only be struggling at death's door. Yes, the two third-order Origin returning realm masters who were named immediately responded, summoned their star shuttles, and chased after Yang Kai. 30,000 kilometers away from where Yang Kai was attacked, atop an asteroid, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, staring in the direction he had come from, waiting quietly. Zhang Fu smiled coldly, calmly playing with the ring-shaped artifact in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "We really have no grievances or enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not having eyes and insisting on passing through here." Heh. Senior Lee hates it when his plans are disturbed. What plans? Yang Kai asked. Lu Dong, who was standing next to Zhang Fu, said impatiently, Boy, you're about to die. Why are you asking so many questions? It's precisely because I'm about to die that I want to make things clear, lest I die without knowing why. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You want to die without knowing why? Zhang Fu looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. Yes. It's not that I can't tell you, in any case you. Zhang Fu said in a playful tone. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Dong. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill him so we can report back to Master Li. That's true. Zhang Fu nodded in agreement, glancing over at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. This boy was able to take a blow from Master Li without dying. So he's not someone to be trifled with. This kind of person must have a lot of good things. Let's split the things in his ring 50-50. No problem. Lu Dong nodded. After a few words, the two of them divided up Kai Yang's belongings. In any case, Senior Li had only said that they would bring back the corpse, not the items. Naturally, these things could be pocketed by the two of them. They believed that with Senior Li's status, he wouldn't be interested in these things, let alone pursue this matter. You want my things? Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he coldly said. I'm afraid you won't be able to take them. Arrogant brat. Lu Dong coldly snorted. And in the next moment, his complexion changed drastically, his eyes bulging as he stared at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing. But there was no one there. Yang Kai had actually disappeared without a trace. All of a sudden, he felt a faint chill on his neck. Zhang Fu's horrified cry rang in his ears. Brother Lu, quickly dodge. Lu Dong was a third-order origin returning realm master. So the moment he discovered that Yang Kai had disappeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that he heard Zhang Fu's warning, how could he hesitate? Pushing his Saint Qi, he tried to dodge. However, to his horror, the Saint Qi in his body was being suppressed by a powerful Shi, causing it to flow extremely slowly. Even the space around him had completely solidified. What kind of powerful Shi is this? Lu Dong's courage was shattered as he hurriedly pushed his own Shi to resist. This was an inevitable process in a showdown between origin returning realm masters. Often, the strength of one's Shi would determine the final outcome of the battle. However, reality made him despair. As soon as his Shi spread out from his body, it was like a snowflake encountering a scorching sun, instantly melting away, unable to form a new Shi. At that moment, Lu Dong felt a chill on his neck, and his line of sight suddenly turned upside down. Through his eyes, he saw a headless corpse standing in the void, red blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain, a spectacular sight to behold. This person's clothes, figure, and even the ring on his finger, all look like mine. Have I been killed? Lu Dong's brow went cold as he faintly realized something. But soon, darkness descended and swallowed all his consciousness and vitality. Can you speak now? When Kai Yang reappeared, he was already standing 10 feet in front of Zhang Fu. His complexion was ruddy, and there was no trace of his previous injuries. Clearly, he was in a much better condition. He stared at Zhang Fu coldly as a golden blood thread flew out from his finger, like a snake that was flicking its forked tongue and devouring its prey. Zhang Fu's entire body shuddered as a chill ran down his spine, almost causing his feet to cramp. Lu Dong, who had the same strength as him, had been beheaded in a single exchange. Just a moment ago, he had only seen a golden light flash across Lu Dong's neck. He hadn't even been able to see how Kai Yang had acted. Was there such a powerful origin returning realm master in this world? Even if Master Li wanted to kill him, it would not be so easy, right? Zhang Fu stood in place with a pale face, large beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. Chapter 1734. Your companion wasn't very tactful, so he died. Yang Kai stared at Zhang Fu indifferently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, causing Zhang Fu to sweat profusely. Zhang Fu wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't summon up the courage to do so. He had a feeling that if he really tried to escape, the next one to be beheaded would be him. I hope your answer can satisfy me. Yang Kai observed Zhang Fu's expression and continued to put pressure on him. Zhang Fu's face was ashen, his eyes filled with panic and dread as he pursed his dry lips and asked, "If I tell you what you want to know, will you let me go? What do you think?" Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Fu's body trembled as he said bitterly, "Since you won't let me go, why should I cooperate with you? The only thing that awaits me is death. I'll give you a quick death, one that you won't even realize you've died." Yang Kai smiled gently. This smile was like that of a demon crawling out of hell. Zhang Fu felt that facing this young man was even more terrifying than facing Master Li. "I need to think about it." Zhang Fu gulped, his eyes darting around as he spoke, apparently trying to find a way to escape. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile before suddenly flicking his finger, causing a golden light to flash, causing Zhang Fu to scream and hurriedly retreat. But as soon as his body moved, an extremely powerful force field wrapped around him, making him unable to move in the slightest. Zhang Fu's eyes trembled violently as he looked down, and suddenly found that there was an inch or so of his finger on the front of his left hand. It had been cut off by some kind of sharp weapon, causing blood to spray out into the air. This kind of pain was nothing to an origin-returning realm master, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. What really frightened Zhang Fu was that he had no power to fight back in front of Yang Kai. Both of them were third-order origin-returning realm masters. But the other party was like a god who could easily control his life and death. The golden light flashed again. Zhang Fu felt pain again, as his finger that had been cut off an inch. Unexpectedly, another inch had been cut off. The severed finger floated in the air, and slowly drifted off into the distance. The other party didn't say anything else. He just continued to shake the golden thread around his hand. It kept flashing with light. 1 inch. Another inch. Zhang Fu's left hand. Inch by inch, Kai Yang's entire hand was cut off, but he still didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, he continued this action with relish, controlling the size of the cut to the exact same degree. What made Zhang Fu extremely aghast was that while the other party continued to play this game, an extremely cold voice came from his mouth. "After cutting off your left hand, I will cut off your right hand, then your left leg, then your right leg. I believe that with your cultivation realm, you won't die for the time being. After that, I will cut open your body inch by inch. Don't worry, I promise that before I cut your heart, you will still be alive. This way, you will be able to clearly see how you die." Zhang Fu could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He endured the piercing pain and roared, "Enough! What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. Don't torture me." It was only a matter of time before he died. It was better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. Zhang Fu really couldn't bear to see how he died with his own eyes. Just thinking about that scene made him shudder. Yang Kai's hand movements paused slightly. He looked at him calmly and chuckled. "If you had done this earlier, you would have suffered less. Why bother?" Zhang Fu gritted his teeth and growled, "Winner takes all, I'll tell you." "Good. Who are you?" Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "We are from Sword Union." "Sword Union?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Sword Union was considered a big force in the star territory. It controlled several cultivation stars. Although it was not as big as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, its strength was not to be underestimated. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had also dealt with the cultivator of Sword Union, but that was many years ago. In the Star Territory, in addition to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union, Purple Star, Galaxy Ridge, Abandoned Lair, and many other forces each occupied a piece of the Star Territory. They competed with each other, and occasionally had some conflicts. "Who are you hiding over there to ambush?" Yang Kai asked again. Zhang Fu's eyes flickered, and he seemed a little hesitant. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's also someone from our Sword Union." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Zhang Fu immediately shouted, "I'm not lying to you. We're only ambushing our enemies. Although we're all from the Sword Alliance, we're still divided into factions." Yang Kai nodded gently. From the other party's eyes, Yang Kai could see that he didn't show any signs of lying, and that his explanation was reasonable. For a big force like Sword Union, it was naturally impossible for its internal affairs to be monolithic. There would always be some internal struggles, But it was a bit inconceivable that they would need to ambush someone like this. Be more specific. To be safe, Yang Kai asked. Since Zhang Fu had already chosen to cooperate, it was naturally impossible for him to conceal anything. So he immediately told Yang Kai everything. There were several different factions in the Sword Alliance, but there were two largest factions. One was the faction represented by the current Union Master, while the other was the faction of the Vice Union Master. These two factions had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. The Master Li he mentioned before was Li Minghai, one of the top masters in Sword Union, and belonged to the faction of the Vice Union Master. This time, the one they were ambushing here was a rising star from the Union Master's faction, and also the descendant of Sword Union's Union Master Gu Tsangyin, Gu Jianxin, a rising star, even if he is the descendant of your Union Master, is not worthy of such great attention? You actually sent an Origin King to ambush him? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Fu in amazement and asked thoughtfully, what is so special about this person that you need to do this for? Zhang Fu smiled bitterly. If he was an ordinary Origin returning realm master, naturally there would be no need to pay so much attention. But young Union Master possesses the Great Void Sword body, and has now reached the Third Order Origin returning realm. If he were to break through to the Origin King realm, the Vice Union Master's faction would no longer be able to stand out. So, taking advantage of the fact that young Union Master does not have any strong helpers around him this time, we plan this operation. However, your appearance made Master Li feel that his plan had been disturbed, so he wanted to kill you. Great Void Sword body. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Is that a special physique? Being able to make you feel such fear, is he very powerful? Young Union Master is only 60 years old this year. Yet he has already reached the Third Order Origin returning realm. Do you think he's powerful? Zhang Fu said solemnly. I don't think your real age is very old, but your strength is quite good. But if you were to encounter our young Union Master, it is not certain who would win. Is that so? Yang Kai chuckled. A cultivator who had reached the Third Order Origin returning realm, before the age of 60, was indeed a heaven-defying talent. However, Yang Kai's age seemed to be around 50 years old. In fact, he was even more powerful than Gu Jianxin. However, when a cultivator cultivated, they often could not perceive the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor, so they did not care much about age. Now that you mention it, I'm a little interested in your young Union Master. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhang Fu looked him up and down and nodded. People like you will collide with each other one day and create amazing sparks. However, the young Alliance Master had to be able to escape this time's pursuit. Alright, I've told you everything you wanted to know, so you may begin. Have a safe journey. Yang Kai nodded lightly to him. Begin. Zhang Fu urged impatiently, but Yang Kai still did not show any signs of taking action. But in the next moment his consciousness blurred. Sure enough, there was no pain. Standing in place, Yang Kai took off Zhang Fu and Lu Dong's space rings, flicked out two demonic flames, and burned their corpses to ashes. Glancing back thoughtfully, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and rushed back. He did not want to take the initiative to provoke trouble, but that Li Minghai had killed him just because he was passing by, and Yang Kai could not tolerate it. After being hit, how could he not fight back? Yang Kai was ready to join in the fun. If he could find an opportunity to kill Li Minghai, that would be even better. Inside the asteroid sea, a group of cultivators led by Li Minghai waited quietly, like dormant beasts, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After a long time, someone frowned and said, "Why haven't Zhang Fu and Lu Dong come back yet? With their ability, they should have succeeded by now, right? Did they encounter some kind of danger? How could there be any danger around here? You don't mean to say that he was killed by that guy, do you? How could that be? That passerby took a blow from Master Li, and was lucky not to die. So how could he have the strength to kill Zhang Fu and Lu Dong? However, not returning after so long is indeed strange. Master, do you want this subordinate to go out and look for him?" The man asked Li Minghai. "No need. If they can't even handle such a small matter, there is no point in living. Don't act rashly. In a day or two, Young Union Master's starship will pass by here. All we need to do is wait quietly. Yes. After exchanging a few words, the group fell silent, only occasionally glancing in a certain direction, looking forward to the arrival of the young Union Master's starship. This asteroid sea was very large and easy to hide in, otherwise, Li Minghai would not have chosen this place to ambush Gu Jianxian's starship. It was precisely because it was so large that when Yang Kai sneaked around from a very far distance, no one noticed him. At this moment, Yang Kai was less than 100 kilometers away from Li Minghai and the others. He was also hiding on top of an asteroid, looking in the direction of Li Minghai and the others with a cold expression. With his current strength, he could go up and fight. Even if he could not defeat Li Minghai, killing a few of his subordinates, and then calmly retreating would not be a problem. However, Yang Kai was not prepared to do so. It was Li Minghai who had injured him before, so he naturally wanted to settle accounts with him. Yang Kai was also waiting for that young Union Master to come, waiting for the two sides to fight, then waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and give him a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 1735. Hiding somewhere in the asteroid sea, Yang Kai concealed his figure and aura. He believed that even if there was an Origin King Realm Master on the other side, it would be impossible for them to discover him within 100 kilometers of each other. Yang Kai checked the stone mongoose's situation again. It was because he noticed some changes in the stone mongoose that Yang Kai wanted to settle down in this asteroid sea. But in the end, he was discovered by Li Minghai and attacked. Now that he was waiting, Yang Kai naturally turned his attention to the stone mongoose again. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The cocoon-like layer that wrapped the stone mongoose was actually cracking, just like when the stone mongoose was born. Now, it was obvious that the stone mongoose was about to break out of its shell again. Space rings were not suitable places, nor were these asteroid seas. Yang Kai did not know if the stone mongoose's evolution this time would cause any obvious signs. So if he stayed here, Li Minghai and the others would only discover him. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only summon the sealed world bead and take the stone mongoose into the small sealed world. Since the elites of the three clans from Tongxian realm were brought to High Heaven sect, the mysterious small world had once again become vacant. Now that Yang Kai had arrived, it was still quiet. The stone cocoon was placed in front of Yang Kai, and he stared at it quietly. After a while, the stone cocoon began to emit cracking sounds. The cracks that were already there became bigger, more numerous, and denser. Finally, when the stone cocoon was filled with cracks, the stone mongoose burst out of it. Its small body landed nimbly in front of Yang Kai, and its eyes, which originally only had a faint glow of light, became extremely bright, as if they contained the light of wisdom. Seeing Yang Kai staring at it, the stone mongoose grinned, stood there, and scratched its head with its knee-length arms. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and released his divine sense to scan the stone mongoose. After a while he muttered, "There's nothing special." A suspicious look appeared on his face. He thought that the evolution of the stone mongoose would bring about a drastic change to the stone mongoose. But now it seemed that his expectations were a little too high. The stone mongoose did seem to have changed a little. After all, it had devoured a large amount of rare minerals on that Death Star. After refining the essence of these minerals, the stone mongoose's strength and sturdiness would definitely increase. This was equivalent to a cultivator eating spirit pills used for cultivation. Their strength would definitely increase. However, there wasn't any great change. On the other hand, the stone mongoose's eyes became brighter. It was obvious that its intelligence had increased as well. But it wasn't to the point where it could defy the natural order. "Show me." Yang Kai ordered the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose obeyed. In an instant, it transformed into a 10-meter-tall stone giant. It was awe-inspiring and gave off a strong sense of oppression. "What about the lava armor?" Yang Kai asked again. The stone mongoose's body immediately emitted scorching hot sun's true fire. It caused its entire body to turn red. The layer of armor that covered its body was like flowing magma. It was extremely terrifying. As expected, there aren't any obvious changes. Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He still couldn't figure out the reason. Logically speaking, the stone mongoose had devoured the remaining trace of source energy on that Death Star. There was definitely a huge benefit to it. After all, after devouring it, its reaction was very strong, and it even turned into a stone cocoon. But the final result was a little surprising. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, Yang Kai didn't continue to investigate. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, and he would have time to study it. After the stone mongoose returned to its original form, Yang Kai left the small sealed world with it. Just as he returned to the asteroid where he had been hiding, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. 100 kilometers away, Li Minghai and his group had all used a secret technique to conceal their auras, almost disappearing from Yang Kai's perception. And in a very distant location, there was a battleship slowly approaching them. The starship where Sword Union's young Union Master was. No wonder Li Minghai didn't hesitate to kill him when he discovered him. Obviously, they were running out of time, and he didn't want any accidents, so he didn't hesitate to take action himself. In the end, not only did he fail, but he also provoked a hidden enemy. If Li Minghai knew about this, it was hard to say how he would feel. Yang Kai looked at the position of the starship and the direction it was heading, estimating that it would take at most an hour before the two sides would meet. So, he held his breath and waited for the show to begin. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere in the huge asteroid sea seemed to become a little dignified. As the starship approached, Yang Kai discovered that Sword Union's young Union Master had more than one starship. The one in the middle was a slightly larger starship, about 300 meters in length. To the left and right of this starship were two smaller starships, each about 200 meters in length. Obviously, this was a team composed of 3 starships. Because he was too far away, Yang Kai didn't know what grade these 3 starships were. But he could imagine that they were definitely not lower than Origin grade. Sword Union's wealth was not small. Origin grade starships could be regarded as sect-hallowed treasures on Shadowed Star. But here, there were 3 of them. However, the appearance of these 3 starships was different from the one Yang Yan had refined. Strictly speaking, they were more like large ships, especially the one in the middle. It was like a huge ship sailing through the void with a sharp ram at its bow. The shape of this starship was extremely smooth, and from a distance, it looked like an unsheathed sword. On the decks of these 3 starships, one could vaguely see a cultivator moving about. The approaching starships were completely unaware of the crisis lurking in the asteroid sea, and continued to sail straight towards Yang Kai. When the distance between them was only 50 kilometers or so, Li Minghai's side, which was hidden among the asteroids, decisively took action. Even from 100 kilometers away, Yang Kai could clearly feel a clear energy fluctuation coming from the other side. Immediately, this energy fluctuation grew stronger and stronger, and from several locations in the asteroid sea, a fierce light appeared. Immediately afterwards, several dozen white beams of light shot out from the asteroid sea like arrows from a bow, and shot towards the 3 starships in the distance at lightning speed. With such obvious abnormalities and such strong energy fluctuations, the 3 starships were obviously aware of the approaching crisis. The cultivator on the deck quickly summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of the starships as best they could. At the same time, the 3 battleships also reacted with extreme speed. With a flash of brilliance, energy barriers visible to the naked eye lit up on the 3 starships. Not only that, but they also made evasive movements in an attempt to escape from the territory they were being attacked. However, Li Minghai and the others had been lurking here for a long time, and were well prepared. The timing of their sneak attacks was also perfect, so it was impossible for them to avoid all of these attacks. Several dozen white beams of light instantly submerged the 3 starships, and from a distance, it looked like a monstrous wave had submerged 3 reefs. An even brighter light burst out from a certain spot. It turned out that the leftmost battleship was unable to withstand such an attack. First, its defensive shield was disintegrated, and then, the huge hull was directly penetrated by several beams of light. After suffering such heavy damage, the battleship actually exploded. Not a single person was able to escape from such destruction. The cultivator on this starship, along with the starship itself, was actually wiped out in the first round of sneak attacks by Li Minghai and the others. The starship on the right was relatively lucky. Although its defensive shield was also disintegrated in a very short time, it did not suffer too much damage, only 2 white beams of light piercing through its hull. Although the starship was completely destroyed, it did not explode, so it was unknown how many people had died. The cultivator, who was still alive, fled from the starship in a panic. Everyone was panicking as they searched around for traces of their enemies. After seeing the fate of the starship on the left, while some lingering fear filled their hearts, they also felt an unforgettable hatred. Of the 3 starships, only the largest one in the middle was in the best condition. Although it had suffered more attacks than the other 2, the grade of this starship was obviously extremely high. Its defensive shield was not completely broken, but it had become extremely dim. Before anyone could recover, Li Minghai and the others had already rushed forward. The moment the attack was launched, Li Minghai and the others had already begun to act. They seemed to have anticipated this situation, so as soon as they arrived in front of the starship, they summoned their offensive artifacts and bombarded it. Finally, the already dim defensive barrier was completely broken. Li Minghai, it turns out to be you. From the starship, a shocking roar rang out. From this voice, one could infer that the owner of this voice was not very old, but because of his monstrous anger, he shouted, "You dare attack this young master? Do you know what the consequences will be?" This old master is naturally clear about the consequences of attacking young Union master. Among the crowd, Li Minghai, who was recognized, wore an indifferent expression, not showing the slightest panic. This old master is one of Sword Union's elders, so how could this old master not understand the rules of the Union? However, if you want to use the Union's rules to suppress this old master, you'll have to wait until young Union master escapes this calamity. Good, very good. It seems that you are mentally prepared to bear this young master's monstrous anger. From the starship, at the same time Gu Jianxian's voice sounded, the figure of a young man appeared on the deck of the starship. This young man was handsome, and had a jade-like complexion. His eyes contained an extremely sharp charm, as if there were 2 swords hidden in them that could pierce one's soul. Sword Union's young Union master, Gu Jianxian, standing upright on the deck, even in the face of an origin king like Li Minghai, this young man's expression remained indifferent as he stood straight like a sharp sword. Beside Gu Jianxian stood 2 women, one on his left and one on his right. One of them was tall, with ample breasts and ample buttocks, and a pair of enchanting eyes. The other was relatively petite, with a picturesque face and long black hair that almost covered her buttocks. The temperaments of these 2 women were completely different. The only thing they had in common was that, like Gu Jianxian, neither of them showed any fear on their faces, and instead seemed eager to fight. Chapter 1736. Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's gazes collided in the void, sending out fierce sparks. The former's brow furrowed slightly. He was shocked to discover that Gu Jianxian's aura seemed to be thicker than the last time he saw him. The rumors were indeed true. If there were no accidents, young Union Master Gu Jianxian would be able to break through to the Origin King realm in the next 3 to 5 years. Once he succeeded in breaking through to the Origin King realm, with his great void sword body, and his left and right sword servants behind him, no one in the First Order Origin King realm would be his opponent. He would even be able to put up a fight against a Second Order Origin King. A monster. No wonder Vice Union Master Wei Qianzong was so anxious to eradicate Gu Jianxian. Obviously, he had also noticed the terrifying growth of Gu Jianxian. Fortunately, this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Jianxian's group was killed, Sword Union would belong to the Vice Union Master's faction in the future. A genius who had not matured would never be a true genius. Li Minghai, this young master only has one question. Gu Jianxian crossed his hands behind his back and stood on the deck. How did you know this young master would pass by here? Li Minghai narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice. Young Union Master already knows the answer in his heart. Why ask this old master? Gu Jianxian nodded lightly. It seems that this young master really has some untrustworthy people around him. Very good. After this matter is over, this young master will find them. Young Union Master shouldn't worry about this. You have no future. Li Minghai said as he waved his hand and shouted. Kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. If even one of them managed to escape, they would be in big trouble. This time, their actions were intended to leave no survivors. With this order, the origin returning realm cultivators around Li Minghai took action, forming groups of 3 to 5, as they attacked the cultivators who had managed to escape earlier. On the starship where Gu Jianxian was, a large number of cultivator also emerged and rushed forward without hesitation. For a time, in the territory near the asteroid sea, filled with colorful brilliance, the power of artifacts and secret techniques continued to bloom. Although Li Minghai's side did not have many people, at most 30, all of them were masters at the second-order origin returning realm or above. Therefore, his combat power was especially strong. On the other hand, although Gu Jianxian's side had more than 200 people, their cultivations were uneven, and their high-end combat power was inferior to Li Minghai's. More importantly, with an origin king like Li Minghai presiding over them, the pressure was simply too great. The origin returning realm masters on Gu Jianxian's side were unable to display their full strength. As such, as soon as the two sides clashed, cultivator after cultivator died, and all of them were from Gu Jianxian's side. On the other hand, Li Minghai's side suffered no casualties. For a moment, the momentum of Li Minghai's side soared to the skies, causing Gu Jianxian's forces to complain incessantly. The battle had already begun, but Li Minghai did not rush to take action. Instead, he looked at Gu Jianxian and the two women beside him with a serious look on his face. It seemed that the man and the two women in front of him, he was an opponent that deserved to be taken seriously. Since Yang Kai did not move, Gu Jianxian naturally did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch as his subordinates fell one after another, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. After a long time, Li Minghai said faintly, Young Union Master, do you want to do it yourself, or do you need this old master to escort you? Old Dogly, do you think you can defeat this young master? Gu Jianxian shouted coldly. Li Minghai slowly shook his head. Since this Li dared to act here, naturally he was prepared. Young Union's young master is a dragon among dragons, possesses the void sword body, and has his left and right sword servants who have cultivated together since childhood. They are indeed extremely difficult to deal with, but, Young Union Master, you have not yet reached the Origin King realm. If you had, this old master would definitely not be your opponent. Unfortunately, Young Union Master, you are destined not to be able to escape today. Whether I can escape or not, you'll know once you try. Gu Jianxian shouted as a snow-white long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Wrapped in sword light, he leapt up from the deck. The sword light was like a rising sun, covering the earth in a powerful light. At the same time, the two women who had been standing behind him also moved. Like Gu Jianxian, the two of them took out their own long swords and wrapped them in sword qi before following closely behind Gu Jianxian. Unlike Gu Jianxian, the two women's sword lights appeared like crescent moons and stars, as if the moon was pouring down and the sky was filled with stars. The three sword lights merged into one mid-flight and exuded a power that surpassed that of an origin returning realm master, as if they were capable of cutting through the heavens and earth, slashing down towards Li Minghai's head. Li Minghai's eyes flashed, seemingly shocked by Gu Jianxian's secret technique as he shouted, "The sun, moon, and star three-sword brilliant secret technique is truly worthy of its reputation. With this strike alone, Young Union Master is invincible in the origin returning realm. Unfortunately, your left and right sword servants' cultivations are a bit lacking, and you are not an origin king. Let this old master show you just how big the gap between the origin king realm and the origin returning realm is." As he spoke, An invisible force spread out from Li Minghai's body. Territory field. It had been 500 years since Li Minghai broke through to the Origin King realm, and could be considered a veteran Origin King realm master. Even if the power of his territory field was not that great, because his cultivation had stagnated, it was still his territory field. Any Origin returning realm master, who was shrouded in his territory field, was destined to be completely suppressed and unable to do anything. However, Li Minghai's territory field was unable to stop Gu Jianxian's trio in the slightest. From the combined sword lights of these three, a different kind of power emerged and easily broke through the blockade of Li Minghai's territory field. Li Minghai's eyes flashed as he shouted, "Minghai territory dividing mirror. The alliance leader really did bestow this treasure to you." The Minghai territory dividing mirror was an Origin King grade artifact. After using it, one could resist the territory field of an Origin King to a great extent. If the other party was not strong enough, it was even possible for their territory field to collapse. Throughout Star's territory, this artifact was quite famous. After all, there were only a few artifacts that could resist a territory field. With the help of this artifact, Gu Jianxian and the two sword servants were not suppressed by Li Minghai's territory field, and were still able to send their attacks towards Li Minghai. Facing the Sun, Moon, and Star Three Swords Radiance secret technique, Li Minghai did not act carelessly. With a flip of his wrist, the long spear artifact he had used to attack Yang Kai before appeared in his palm. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the tip of the spear burst forth with a terrifying power as it engaged Gu Jianxian's trio in close combat. A series of clanging sounds rang out in an instant. Spear images and sword lights filled the vast space, and the figures of Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's trio were almost impossible to see. In the distance, Yang Kai watched all this in amazement, a look of amazement on his face. Being able to fight an Origin King with an Origin realm cultivation was not something that could be done casually, but Gu Jianxian had done it. Although he had borrowed the strength of the other two women, he was still able to hold his own for a short time. Moreover, the cultivations of these two women were obviously not as good as Gu Jianxian's, seemingly only second-order Origin returning realm cultivators. However, the three of them cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed them to combine their strengths and display strength beyond the Origin realm. Sword Union's young Union Master is really something. When the two sides began fighting, Yang Kai had already run out of his hiding place and arrived at a position closest to the battlefield, where he concealed himself and secretly observed the situation. He focused 80% of his attention on Li Minghai, ready to see if there was a suitable opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Against an Origin King like Li Minghai, if he couldn't grasp the right opportunity, it would only alert him. So Yang Kai could only wait patiently. Originally, he was a little worried that Gu Jianxian and the others would be defeated in a single blow, but now it seemed that this young Union Master was actually able to fight for a while. While he was investigating, Yang Kai discovered that there were several streaks of light that were fleeing towards the asteroid sea. Obviously, the battlefield had begun to expand, and some of the cultivators were trying to find a way to escape, and this asteroid sea was undoubtedly the best place for them to flee. The ones fleeing at the front were two weaker cultivators, and judging from their physiques, they should be women. The one chasing behind them was the cultivator on Li Minghai's side. From the looks of it, the cultivations of the two fleeing women were only third-order Saint Kings. Such cultivations really didn't have much use in this kind of battle. On the other hand, the cultivator chasing them was a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The difference in strength between them was simply too great, so it was already a miracle that the two of them were able to escape. Because of Li Minghai's order not to leave anyone alive, the second-order Origin returning realm cultivator did not intend to let these two women go and pursued them relentlessly, quickly closing the distance between the two sides. The relationship between the two women was obviously good, and even while fleeing, they did not abandon each other and continued to guard each other tightly. However, What made Yang Kai feel helpless was that the direction they were heading towards was actually where he was hiding. If nothing unexpected happened, they would fly past him a moment later. Sighing secretly, Yang Kai prepared to take action. A moment later, the two fleeing women really flew past the asteroid where Yang Kai was hiding. At such a close distance, and with the two women looking around from time to time, looking for a suitable hiding spot, they naturally discovered Yang Kai's existence. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, and the two women opposite him were obviously stunned as well. At that moment, the second-order origin returning realm cultivator, who had been chasing after them, finally arrived at this place, and suddenly shot out a ray of light from his hand towards the two dazed women. Judging from the power of these attacks, even if the two women resisted with all their strength, they would not be able to escape the fate of serious injuries. However, these rays of light inexplicably dissipated halfway through, as if they had never appeared in the first place. What happened? The pursuing second-order origin returning realm cultivator was startled. But before he could react, he saw a golden light flash in front of him, and a faint golden thread-like object cut across his neck. The Saint Chi protecting his body was like paper, unable to play any defensive role at all. Feeling a sharp pain, the cultivator's vision went dark. Chapter 1737. Amidst the asteroid sea, Yang Kai stared at the two women not far away in amazement, seemingly a little surprised. The two women were undoubtedly even more surprised than Yang Kai. When the origin returning realm master, who had been pursuing them, inexplicably died, the two women both let out exclamations and turned their heads to look around, seemingly trying to see who had come to their rescue. Seeing no one around, the two women finally cast their eyes back to Yang Kai again, already having some guesses in their hearts, their beautiful eyes flashing a look of disbelief. "What are you waiting for? Come over here quickly," Yang Kai called out in a low voice, waving his hand as he did so. Only then did the two women react, glance at each other, turn around, and land 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, constantly staring at Yang Kai with surprised expressions. Yang Kai looked at them with a grin and raised his brow. "What's wrong? After not seeing each other for so many years, you don't recognize me?" Hearing what he said, the two women let out a sigh of relief, confirming that their guesses were not wrong. However, it was precisely because of this that they felt even more incredulous. The woman in the lead even reached out her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, "Yang Kai? Is it really you? Did you kill that man just now? How did you become so strong? And why are you here?" The other woman, who looked a little younger, asked a lot of questions in one breath, but after she finished asking, she suddenly became vigilant and grit her teeth. "Are you one of Li Minghai's people?" As soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Kai didn't have time to answer her questions. The older woman in the lead looked at Yang Kai seriously before slowly shaking her head. "Little sister, don't speak nonsense. If he was one of Li Minghai's people, why would he help us just now?" Yang Kai chuckled as he glanced over at the younger woman and teased, "He meow. It seems you're still as reckless as ever." Hearing this, he meow blushed and said shyly, "I'm sorry, I was a little frightened." "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled lightly, looked at the two women and sighed. "I didn't expect that after so many years we would meet again. I didn't expect to see you here." These two women, they were none other than He Zhao and He Miao, the first cultivator that Yang Kai had encountered when he first entered Star Territory. It had been many years since they had left the floating continent. After parting ways, after that they never saw each other again. Therefore, Yang Kai was quite surprised when he saw it. But thinking about it carefully, He Zhao and He Miao were the cultivator of the Sword Union. It was not impossible for it to appear here. It was just that the two sisters were quite unlucky to be involved in this kind of thing. "That's right, it's really been many years." He Zhao sighed. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Did you kill that person just now?" "Yes." Seeing Yang Kai admit it, even though they had already guessed it, the sisters were still shocked, speechless. When they first met Yang Kai was just a first-order saint. The two sisters' cultivations were slightly higher than Yang Kai's, one third-order saint, and the other second-order saint. Nearly 30 years later, they had both reached the third-order Saint King realm. Their aptitude was quite good, and their cultivation progress was extremely fast. But compared to Yang Kai, they still seemed somewhat lacking. Being able to instantly kill a second-order origin returning realm master, even if it was a sneak attack, meant that Yang Kai had at least reached the origin returning realm. Perhaps, he was a third-order origin returning realm master. Because the moment Yang Kai attacked just now, Hizeo felt an energy fluctuation no weaker than that of young Union Master Gu Jianxan. The two sisters were deeply shaken. Suddenly, Hizeo's expression changed again as she asked, Yang Kai, can I ask you for a favor? What? Save my honored master. Your honored master? Yang Kai frowned but quickly reacted. Hizeo should be referring to the beautiful woman Yushi. When they arrived on the floating continent, the honored master of the Hizeo sisters, Yushi, was also there. Yang Kai had some dealings with her, but they didn't get along very well. Because Yang Kai's origin was too remote, and his cultivation wasn't high, Yushi looked down on Yang Kai. Moreover, Yang Kai had killed one of Yushi's disciples at that time, causing Yushi's hatred for Yang Kai to deepen. However, later, for various reasons, Yushi changed her opinion of Yang Kai. In the end, with the help of Yang Kai's strength, she successfully escaped from the floating continent. It turned out that her disciple wasn't a good person either, so her death wasn't worth regretting. Yushi is also here? Yang Kai glanced towards the battlefield again, but all he could see was a large number of flashes, making it impossible to tell who was fighting. Hizeo wore an anxious look on her face. We were able to escape thanks to honored master delaying the enemy, but her situation is not optimistic. I don't know how long she can last. Yang Kai, can you? She obviously knew that her request was a bit excessive. The battlefield was in chaos right now, and there were even origin kings fighting. Anyone who intruded would likely be crushed to pieces. However, she was just a third-order Saint King, and was unable to help Yushi, so she could only grit her teeth and ask Yang Kai for help. Big brother Yang, he meow called out in a low voice, a pleading look on her face. Now, she no longer had her usual cleverness, and seemed to be in a daze. When she thought that her honored master might fall on that battlefield, he meow almost burst into tears. Perhaps it was because of the experience of escaping from the floating continent, or perhaps it was because Yang Kai had just killed a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. But the two sisters had an inexplicable confidence in Yang Kai, seemingly believing that as long as he took action, their honored master would be safe and sound. Yushi had given Yang Kai a bad impression, but her attitude towards her two disciples was unquestionable. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life alone to delay the enemy, and allow Hizeo and he meow to escape. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Hizeo and he meow didn't dare to urge him, and could only wait anxiously. After a while, Yang Kai raised his eyes and said seriously, Speaking of which, the reason I hid here was mainly because I wanted to sneak attack that Li Ming Hai. Hizeo and he meow suddenly exclaimed as they stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief flashing across their beautiful eyes. An origin returning realm master actually wanted to sneak attack an origin king. This kind of thing was like an ant hiding in a corner and stretching out its leg to trip an elephant. It was simply unbelievable. I'm not joking. When I passed by here before, he attacked me, so I decided to stay here. Yang Kai looked at them faintly. It's not convenient for me to show up now. The brilliance in the eyes of the two sisters quickly dimmed. However, since he meow has even called me big brother, I can't just sit back and watch. Yang Kai chuckled. He meow looked at Yang Kai in surprise, a trace of shyness and blush flashing across her pale face. Come out! Yang Kai suddenly let out a low shout. In the next moment, a fiery red stream of light suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body. Then the stream of light transformed into a human figure. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman with an explosive figure strangely appeared in front of Hizeo and he meow. This beautiful woman had a head of fiery red hair that was as gorgeous as a burning flame. The clothes she wore were also fiery red. At such a close distance, He Zhao and He Miao both felt a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation coming from this woman's body. It was a destructive power. "Master, what are your orders?" As soon as the woman appeared, she respectfully asked Yang Kai, not even sparing He Zhao and He Miao a single glance, as if in her eyes, these two women were like air, existences that could be ignored. "Go with them and protect their safety." Yang Kai pointed to He Zhao and He Miao. The woman then turned her attention to the two sisters and nodded lightly. "Yang Kai, she is?" He Zhao asked hesitantly. "My friend, you can call her Lu Yan," Yang Kai replied. Even Yang Kai did not notice that when he introduced Lu Yan to He Zhao and He Miao, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint but extremely bright light. "So it's elder sister Lu Yan. I'll have to trouble elder sister this time." Although He Zhao could see that Lu Yan was not a living creature with a physical body, the other party appeared to be very intelligent, so He Zhao did not dare slight her in the slightest. "Lu Yan will obey master's orders." Lu Yan was not a woman of many words, but her words were concise and to the point. "Go." Yang Kai nodded lightly to Lu Yan. Lu Yan understood, and with a twist of her body, she once again turned into a streak of light and drilled into He Zhao's body before she could react. He Zhao exclaimed in surprise, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face, because she felt that there was a terrifying power dormant in her body. Although this power was not under her control, and even gave her a slight sense of heat and discomfort, with this power, she would be able to rescue her honored master from that battlefield. She looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, "Thank you. Be careful." Yang Kai smiled lightly. The two sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, exchanged glances with each other before heading towards the battlefield. With the assistance of Lu Yan, the safety of the two sisters was no longer a problem. Since swallowing the heavenly thunder fire of brilliant flame sect, Lu Yan had not only evolved her sentience, but also her strength. Before swallowing it, she could fight a third-order origin returning realm master without falling into a disadvantage. After swallowing it, she could fight against an ordinary first-order origin king. In that battlefield, only Li Minghai was an origin king, so no one else was Lu Yan's opponent. It was easy to imagine what kind of change He Zhao and He Miao, who brought Lu Yan back to the battlefield, would bring to this one-sided battle. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai turned his attention back to the battle between Gu Jianxian and Li Minghai. Their battle was the fiercest in the entire battlefield, and the energy fluctuations were the strongest, so it was easy to find them. Yang Kai was able to spot them at a glance. Gu Jianxian and his left and right sword servants were still one, their bodies wrapped in sword light, as the three manifestations of the sun, moon, and stars dazzling together. Li Minghai's long spear moved back and forth like a nimble snake. The two sides had been fighting for so long, and were actually evenly matched. Chapter 1738. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see that Gu Jianxian's side was in trouble. When he and the two women used the secret technique before, the sun, moon, and star manifestation had been extremely bright, with the crescent moon and stars lingering around them, mutually nourishing each other. But now, the sun, moon, and star manifestation were showing signs of dissipating, and the momentum of these three was much weaker than before. On the other hand, Li Minghai was still the same, not showing the slightest sign of weakness. It seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, Gu Jianxian would be defeated in the end. Taking advantage of the intensity of their battle, Yang Kai also began to move closer. It was not easy for Gu Jianxian to achieve this, and even if he could not severely injure Li Minghai at the last moment, he would at least be able to hinder him. At the very least, he should be able to distract Li Minghai's attention. As long as Li Minghai's attention was distracted, Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to attack. In a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived 10 kilometers away from the battle. This was the limit of what he could approach, and if he moved any closer, Li Minghai would definitely notice him. Just after concealing himself, Li Minghai's shout rang out. "Young Union Master, if this is all you have, This old master will send you on your way. Gu Jianxian did not speak, perhaps because he did not have the energy to speak or simply did not want to respond. But the sword light he and his left and right sword servants summoned suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant sword wave 1,000 meters long that slashed towards Li Minghai. Li Minghai laughed loudly. Petty tricks. Young Union Master, do you still want to put up a desperate struggle? Saying so, he flicked the soul breaker spear in his hand. A jet black light shot out from the tip of the spear to meet the giant sword wave. The two streaks of light, white and black, collided in midair, and a halo of light spread out like ripples. This halo of light contained a terrifying power that even origin-returning realm masters had to retreat, showing just how fierce this confrontation was. The two distinct lights were in a stalemate in the void, but the stalemate was quickly broken. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique Li Minghai had used, but the pitch-black light suddenly expanded and directly suppressed the sword wave. A loud bang rang out. The sword wave burst apart. Amidst the muffled groans, the three figures shot off in different directions. Gu Jianxian's face was pale, and there were traces of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered some injuries. His left and right sword attendants were even worse. They had cultivated together with Gu Jianxian since childhood. The left and right sword servants existed for Gu Jianxian. His cultivation had always been lower than Gu Jianxian's. In addition, he had shared a lot of the damage just now. At this moment, the left and right sword attendants' delicate bodies were trembling, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. His clothes were dyed red. Li Minghai's eyes flashed fiercely, but he did not take this opportunity to take Gu Jianxian's life. Instead, his figure flickered as he raised his spear and charged towards the left sword servant who was closest to him. As an Origin King Realm Master, his combat experience was naturally extremely rich. Although this was the best time to kill Gu Jianxian, Gu Jianxian's identity was extraordinary. He even had the clear sea-divided territory mirror on him, so there was no guarantee he had other even more powerful artifacts on him. Li Minghai did not have the confidence to kill him in a single blow. As such, he chose the left sword servant as his target. As long as he did not have the left sword servant's assistance, Gu Jianxian would not be able to use his Sun, Moon, and Star Three Swords' brilliant secret technique. At that time, Li Minghai could simply grind Gu Jianxian to death. Li Minghai's actions were imprinted in the right sword servant's beautiful eyes, and a trace of determination and uneasiness flashed across her beautiful eyes. Hurriedly stabilizing her falling figure, she pushed her Saint Qi and rushed towards the left sword servant with all her strength. As for Gu Jianxian, he screamed hysterically, "Ling, you hide!" As he shouted this, he also desperately rushed over to the left sword servant like the right sword servant. 3 streaks of light chased after the left sword servant, quickly closing the distance between them. Li Minghai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile as he realized that the time was right. Suddenly, he turned around and threw the soul breaker spear towards the right sword servant. Everyone was stunned. Only now did everyone understand that Li Minghai's initial goal was not the left sword servant, but the right sword servant. Or perhaps he was simply adapting to the situation and choosing a better target to attack. After the soul breaker spear flew out of Li Minghai's control, it transformed into a giant python, opened its bloody maw, and released a violent aura. In an instant, it arrived in front of the right sword servant and was about to swallow her whole. This was a true Origin King grade artifact, and the right sword servant alone would not be able to block it. If she was hit head-on, only death would await her. At that moment, somewhere on Gu Jianxian's body, there was a flash of brilliance. Using some kind of secret technique or artifact, Gu Jianxian somehow appeared in front of the right sword servant and wrapped his arm around her. Shielding her behind him as a cyan artifact armor made of scales appeared around his body. This artifact armor glowed brilliantly and was obviously an excellent defensive artifact. After being pushed by Gu Jianxian's Saint Qi, an energy membrane appeared around this artifact armor, giving it an extremely sturdy appearance. Just as he finished doing all this, Li Minghai's attack arrived. The giant python swayed its body and bombarded Gu Jianxian's artifact armor. The bright energy membrane dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and lasted for less than 2 breaths before bursting apart. The remaining force of the collision slammed into Gu Jianxian, causing him to bleed profusely as he was sent flying backwards. Even the right sword servant he was protecting coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale and bloodless. Young Union Master really values friendship and righteousness. This old master admires him. But, even if you can save one, can you save a second? Li Minghai's triumphant voice rang out with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Gu Jianxian, who was sent flying backwards, fixed his eyes and saw that Li Minghai had appeared in front of the left sword servant again at some unknown time, and was now raising his hand to slap it towards her. Saint Qi surged from this palm, and formed a vortex visible to the naked eye. The power of this vortex combined with the pressure of an Origin King Realm Master, suppressed the left sword servant completely, rendering her unable to move or resist. However, even though death was imminent, she wasn't worried about her own safety. Instead, she looked at Gu Jianxian with worry in her eyes. When she saw that Gu Jianxian hadn't been killed, and had only been seriously injured, she smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and her red lips moved slightly. Although he could not hear her voice, Gu Jianxian knew that she wanted him to escape. Li Minghai! Gu Jianxian's roar resounded through the void like that of a wounded beast, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. Young Master, run! The right sword servant, who was being held in Gu Jianxian's arms, grabbed Gu Jianxian's arm, and cried out in Gu Jianxian's ear. Elder Sister Ling Yu doesn't want you to risk your life. As long as you leave, Elder Sister Ling Yu's death will be worth it. Gu Jianxian remained motionless, but a look of astonishment appeared on his distorted face, before a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes, as he turned to look behind Li Minghai. He discovered that at some unknown time, a figure had appeared behind Li Minghai. This person was like a ghost, approaching less than a meter away from Li Minghai without Old Dog Li noticing. Immediately, this person stretched out his hand and sent out a series of pitch-black, crescent-shaped attacks towards Li Minghai like a storm. These attacks contained extremely profound and obscure fluctuations of power that even from a great distance, Gu Jianxian was able to sense. As soon as these attacks were launched, Li Minghai finally noticed and shouted, "Who's there?" Hurriedly turning around, he sent out a palm towards the person who had attacked him. What shocked and excited Gu Jianxian was that Li Minghai's palm was not able to disperse all of these attacks, and some of them still managed to hit Li Minghai's arm. Old Dog Li's arm was strangely disappearing little by little. It was as if it had never existed, as if it had been swallowed by the void, feeling a sharp pain. Li Minghai roared madly as he stretched out his undamaged hand and summoned back the Soul Breaker Spear. Glaring at the young man who had attacked him, Li Minghai roared fiercely, "Junior, I'll make you pay. You won't have the chance." The young man coldly snorted as he flicked his wrist and summoned out a bladeless, dark green sword. This long sword trembled slightly before transforming into the image of a giant dark green dragon that rushed towards Li Minghai. A dragon's roar shook the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. Li Minghai let out a strange cry as he hurriedly urged the power of the Soul Breaker Spear to transform into a giant python to meet this attack. The two monsters transformed from artifacts collided in the void, but how could a giant python defeat a giant dragon? After only a breath of time, it was destroyed by the giant dragon. Li Minghai's eyes finally showed a look of horror as he tried to find the trace of the young man who had attacked him, but to his horror, he couldn't find him. Just as he had appeared like a ghost, after summoning his artifact, he had disappeared like a ghost. Sensing a murderous intent behind him, Li Minghai's heart clenched, and he quickly released his territory domain in an attempt to reverse the situation. Although he had only fought with the young man who had attacked him for a moment, Li Minghai was keenly aware that his opponent was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Against an origin returning realm master, one's territory domain was undoubtedly the best weapon to rely on. Not everyone was like Gu Jianxan, who had a treasure like the bright sea-dividing territory mirror that could restrain one's territory domain. Li Minghai had a good plan, but to his surprise, when he released his territory domain, another sure began to take shape. Not only was it not suppressed by his territory domain, it was even able to compete with it. There was a mysterious power contained within the sure. The surrounding space began to collapse as thin void cracks began to appear around Li Minghai, wrapping him up in an airtight manner. Space Force, Li Minghai exclaimed. At that moment, the giant dark green dragon that had destroyed the giant python rushed in front of him, opened its bloody maw, and bit towards Li Minghai. Behind him, a chilling murderous intent enveloped Li Minghai like a tidal wave. He was surrounded on all sides and had no way out. Chapter 1739. Old Dogly. At some point, Gu Jianxan had also arrived and sent out a dazzling sun-like sword light towards Li Minghai like a falling star. At the same time, a golden light burst out from the surroundings and golden threads danced about like snakes, cutting through the void. The void cracks around Li Minghai's body also began to expand and squeeze towards him. Almost in an instant, Li Minghai, who was at a loss, was overwhelmed by a variety of forces. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from where Li Minghai stood, illuminating the surrounding starry sky territory, as a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering energy fluctuation pulsed from this light. Gu Jianxan was once again sent flying backwards at a speed faster than when he had attacked. The right sword servant, who had been prepared, hurriedly rushed forward and caught Gu Jianxan. With a cry, Gu Jianxan leaned into the right sword servant's arms and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Young master," the right sword servant called out tenderly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Gu Jianxan, however, did not have the time to answer as he simply stared forward. He did not know whether Li Minghai was dead or not, but from the feeling of that sword strike just now, it was clear that it had struck Li Minghai's vitals. But that was still an Origin King Realm master. This was the first time Gu Jianxan had fought a life-and-death battle with an Origin King Realm master, so he lacked experience. Before seeing Li Minghai's corpse with his own eyes, he did not dare act carelessly. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure standing in the void. Gu Jianxan's eyes shrank sharply. Li Minghai. Under such a terrifying attack, Li Minghai had actually not died. However, after suffering such a powerful impact, this Origin King Realm master's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. At some point, he had put up a protective artifact armor around his body, but this artifact armor had been completely destroyed. What made Gu Jianxan overjoyed though was that Li Minghai's injuries were obviously not light, because his body was in tatters. It was like he was just a rag. Large and small, grotesquely shaped holes littered his body, and from these holes, one could even see Li Minghai's bones and wriggling flesh. Li Minghai's face was filled with anger and fear. He was afraid. He felt the threat of death. So he was afraid. Sure enough, this was the case. Li Minghai looked around. His gaze only paused on Gu Jianxan and the right sword servant for a moment before shifting his gaze away and continuing to search the void. Unfortunately, nothing. He did not find any trace of the elusive young man who had ambushed him before. Junior, one day this old master. Li Minghai's face as he shouted as he could be. Li Minghai shouted fiercely before turning into a stream of light and continuing to flee into the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. "Don't let him escape," Gu Jianxan shouted into the void, gasping for breath. As soon as his voice fell, a five-colored light bloomed somewhere in the void. This five-colored light was like an invincible sword chi that carried with it the power to split the heavens and cut straight towards Li Minghai. Li Li Ming Li Li Li. Li 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 of a Li Minghai. However, at this moment, Li Minghai was undoubtedly putting up a strong front, and the method he used was unable to block the five-colored light that had transformed into sword chi. The five-colored light passed by Li Minghai's body and disappeared into the void like a shining meteor. Li Minghai's body stiffened in place, his eyes bulging as he no longer moved. The vitality in his body and the light in his eyes quickly dissipated. A dignified Origin King Realm Master had died here. Gu Jianxian, who was watching from a distance, could not figure out the situation, but with his heavy injuries, he did not dare act rashly and simply stared at Li Minghai's body vigilantly. It was not until the left sword servant, who was still in shock, flew over and checked Li Minghai's condition, that he flew back to Gu Jianxian with joy. When the left sword servant returned, Gu Jianxian asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Li Minghai is dead," the left sword servant replied. Gu Jianxian let out a long breath as he could no longer hold on, and collapsed into the arms of the right sword servant who had been supporting him, muttering with lingering fear, "It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. Young master, that person just now." The left sword servant looked surprised. "He's not from our sword union." Gu Jianxian shook his head, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, stuffed them into his mouth, and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Go support the others first. Old Dogly brought a lot of masters. I'm afraid they won't be able to." As Gu Jianxian spoke, he turned his head and glanced towards the battlefield, and suddenly discovered a strange scene. Many of the cultivator on his side were still alive, while Li Minghai's subordinates were almost all dead. Gu Jianxian had been fighting with Li Minghai just now, so he had not had time to investigate the situation, but now that he saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling a bit incredulous. Gu Jianxian was naturally aware of the difference in strength between the two sides. His side was obviously weaker than Li Minghai's. After all, Li Minghai had been prepared for a sneak attack in ambush, so how could he not have been fully prepared? This time, Gu Jianxian was able to kill Li Minghai by chance, and escape this disaster because of the help of his benefactor. But how could his subordinates also be so brave? Gu Jianxian couldn't believe his eyes. But after watching for a while, he finally understood why all this was happening. It was because of Yuxi and her two disciples. Yuxi Hizao Miao and Gu Jianxian knew each other. In any case, these three were cultivator who had followed him. Although Yuxi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was still an origin returning realm master. So Gu Jianxian naturally had some impression of her. At this moment, the three of them were rushing to the forefront, facing enemies who were much stronger than them, but their expressions remained unchanged. Every time they clashed, a red light would bloom from Hizao's body, and then her enemies would inexplicably fall. What is this red light? Gu Jianxian couldn't understand what was going on. He never knew that he had such a strange cultivator among his subordinates, one that could accomplish such an unbelievable feat. The overall situation had been decided, and Li Minghai's side had been utterly defeated, and was now fleeing in panic, being chased by his own subordinates. Gu Jianxian calmed down and took a deep breath before cupping his fists towards the void and shouting, "Dare I ask for this friend's name? This Gu is deeply grateful for your assistance just now. If it is convenient, could you come out and meet me?" "Haha, young union master is too polite." A burst of hearty laughter came from somewhere. Gu Jianxian turned his head, and was surprised to see the young man he had seen before walking out of the void. Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up, and the left and right sword servants also looked at Yang Kai with a curious and grateful look. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly appeared just now, they wouldn't have cared if the two of them had died, but their young master would definitely have been killed. As such, the left and right sword servants were extremely grateful to Yang Kai for turning the tide, and looking at Yang Kai with eyes full of kindness. Gu Jianxian only took a quick look at Yang Kai, and confirmed that he was really just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, the combat power he had just displayed was far beyond this realm. Perhaps, even if he and the left and right sword servants joined forces, they might not be his opponent. Gu Jianxian was shocked. As the young union master of Sword Union, he had been given an advantage that ordinary people did not have since he was a child. He was not an unambitious second-generation young master. He had lofty ideals and a broad future, so he had been cultivating diligently over the years. He believed that as an origin returning realm master, There were few in the entire star territory who could be his opponent. But today he saw one, a martial artist of the same generation and cultivation level, who made him feel great pressure. Shuiyu's third young master? Gu Jianxian asked suspiciously. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Do I look like such a sissy to you? Gu Jianxian smiled awkwardly, and the left and right sword servants also couldn't help laughing. The left sword servant, who had a charming appearance, even burst out laughing, but then she seemed to feel that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Sorry, this Gu and Shuiyu's third young master have been friends for a long time, but we have never met, Gu Jianxian explained. Then your excellency is Zidong. Who is that? Yang Kai was stunned. Purple Star's young master. Gu Jianxian was at a loss. What's wrong? In Young Union Master's opinion, only the young masters of these great forces are qualified to talk to you? Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian with a smile. This Gu did not mean that, Gu Jianxian quickly said. It's just that this Gu finds it hard to imagine that someone could be so strong without the support of these great forces. If I'm being rude, I hope this friend can forgive me. It's fine, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I'm not from any great force, my name is Yang Kai. Gu Jianxian was startled. He had never heard the name Yang Kai before. But he was certain that he was not from any great force. Because of this, Gu Jianxian was even more shocked. Cupping his fists again, Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly. So it is Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning his eyes towards the distance. Over there, the battle seemed to have been settled. With Lu Yan's help, how could Li Minghai's subordinates be his opponent? One by one, they were all killed without a single one escaping. Brother Yang, this Gu has a question, but I don't know if I should ask, Gu Jianxian suddenly said. When I was passing by here before, Li Minghai launched a sneak attack on me. So I set up an ambush here. Yang Kai glanced at him and gave the answer, as if he had foreseen it. Brother Yang, good courage and good means. Gu Jianxian's brow twitched. If an ordinary origin returning realm master was attacked by an origin king, if they were lucky enough to survive, they would definitely run as far away as possible. All they could do was grit their teeth and curse behind their backs to vent their anger. But this Yang Kai actually dared to return and launch a sneak attack. Doing such a thing, either he was extremely daring, or he had a trump card to rely on. Judging from the results, it was obviously the latter reason. It seemed that he had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Moreover, this guy was obviously a vengeful master. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.